A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. You know, it seems like I've been the cause of a lot of workday arguments lately.
You certainly have.
But now, really...
Now, did you or did you not say Doug is a soap for everything in the wash?
Well, sure I did. Does all 3 kinds of wash, from dirty towels and work shirts to colored rayon slips.
But how can this one granulated soap get grimy towels white and dirty work shirts clean and still be so safe for my rayon and nicer colored washables?
But that's the whole idea of Doug. You see, you're comparing Doug with most old-fashioned granulated soaps you've been using. And, of course, you'd hardly expect them to do all the pretty colored rayon slips and things in your wash nowadays.
No, I wouldn't.
Well, that's where new Doug is different. It's safer. Far safer for those nice colors than any other leading granulated laundry soap.
That's all very well, but this Doug will have to do a good job with my white pieces to suit me.
Oh, if it's whiteness you want, Doug will suit you to a T. Why, Doug gets clothes whiter, yes, whiter than any number of other soaps. Your towels and sheets will come out really gleaming white. In fact, you've never seen whiter washes than new Doug gives you.
And you say it's grand for heavy overalls, too?
Sure, Doug will get them wonderfully clean, and without any hard scrubbing either. Why, you just tell me if you ever got cleaner clothes with so little work.
Okay. I'll just get some Doug. And next wash day, I'll see whether it does everything.
So, well, and once you try Doug, you'll see it's a really new kind of granulated soap. Not just a new improvement of an old soap. Why, even the suds are different.
Well, how's that?
Well, if you've been using any one of the 4 other leading granulated laundry soaps in your machine, Doug will give you the stud surprise of your life because Doug makes more suds. Suds that build up faster and last longer. So, treat yourself to a new kind of wash day. Get new Doug D-U-Z today. And let Doug do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. In the long voyage, the goal which Molly set for herself, she weathered many a confusing storm of feeling. But now, just as she's captain her ship and decide of home, a last hurricane has come up. Orian's willing to give up Way, and Mrs. Way wants her former husband back, and she's shown that she's sincerely in love with the man she hurt so much in the past. But now, even when Way is being offered a pardon for his past, he objects. And Molly can't sleep thinking of this great opportunity which Way is flinging aside. Listen.
Jay? Jay? You're snoozing?
I'm not snoozing.
You're sleeping?
I am not sleeping.
So if you're not snoozing and if you're not sleeping, do you want to listen?
To what?
To me?
Me?
Put on your bathrobe.
Why?
Go down to Mr. Way. He's walking up and down in the kitchen.
How do you know?
I hear him.
Your ears are better than mine? I can't hear him.
Here he is, Ray, darling. He is.
Maybe he's looking for some bicarbonate.
He is not looking for bicarbonate.
How do you know?
Because I know. I know why he's downstairs and
Ladorian, talk to him, not me. He is causing his restlessness, not me.
I'll get your slippers, Jake.
Don't get my slippers.
I'll get your bathrobe.
A man's home is his castle, huh?
Hey, Jake, please don't start with the castle now. Go down and talk to Mr. Ray. Jake, darling, don't let him refuse a pardon.
A pardon? Who offered it? And why is he refusing it?
Who is that now? Rosalie, come in. What is it, Rosalie?
Mommy, darling.
What is it?
Mr. Way is still down in the kitchen. I hear him walking up and down.
All right, so give me my bathrobe.
So give me my notes and Papa's slippers and mine.
Not Mama's bathrobe. Mine bathrobe.
Papa's bathrobe.
Where is it, Mom?
It's relaxing on the chair over there.
Oh, I see it.
When did all this about the pardon occur?
Orion told me.
And?
That Papa's bathrobe?
Yes. Here, Papa John.
A man is refusing a pardon. That's already beyond common sense already. My slippers, Rosalie.
So he doesn't want to have to thank his former wife for anything.
My slippers.
In my bathrobe, Rosalie, please.
For what?
Please, you wake up the whole house.
Is there a light in the hall?
No, Pa.
Take the flashlight.
I'll take it. Rosalie, help me with my bathrobe. Where's my arm? I can't find my arm.
Wait, my sleeve is inside out.
So hold it and fix it inside out.
All right.
All right, dear. I have... Wait, dear.
Why must I wait?
The flashlight.
Leave the door open. There'll be enough light. Stay where you are, Molly.
I'll see you shouldn't slip, dear.
Don't worry, Molly.
I'm not worried. Rosalie, tie Papa's belt tight on his bathrobe. You shouldn't slip on the bathrobe.
Don't worry.
I'm not worried, as I said. I'm worried. Why am I worried? Stay down. So what are you going to say to Mr. Ray?
I don't need any rehearsals, Molly.
I didn't say you needed rehearsals. Hold the balance. You shouldn't slip, dear. Can you see, Pa?
I can see. Where are you going?
I'm just standing. You shouldn't slip on the third step, dear.
The carpet is still loose on the third step?
It's still loose, but I'm going to fix it tomorrow. Dear.
Mr. Ray?
Yes, Mr. Goldberg.
I heard you walking in the kitchen. Aren't you feeling well? Sit down, Mr. Ray. In all the time that you have been here, I, for one, have never taken it upon myself to give you advice. Because what advice you needed or wanted or whichever what was out of my jurisdiction. I'm not a sentimentalist, as you may have gathered. I am a realist. And being such, I feel as men to men, I should, if I may, tell you what I honestly believe.
You know about the pardon?
That's what I'm referring to. Mr. Wade, what is the true essence of a man's life?
It's the kind of a question I'm all through asking.
Maybe so, Mr. Wade. But is it the kind of a question you're all through answering?
I don't need a pardon.
Why not? Do you mind my talking to you, or if so, I'll be silent.
I don't mind talking at all.
Then in that case, listen to my opinion. It's what I think. It's what I believe. Love, Mr. Way, and you'll pardon me for saying it. Love, Mr. Way, is all right for the springtime of a man's life. But after the flowers are down from the trees, it's time for the fruit to appear. And the fruit of a man's life, Mr. Way, is work. It's effort, accomplishment. Love is a recess, not school time.
Love has nothing to do with what I'm thinking.
I know that you find yourself in a difficult position. I know love does have a part in your refusal to accept the pardon. But think of what a pardon means, Mr. Way. A pardon, Mr. Way, is a pass back into the common life that we all lead. It gives you an opportunity to participate, to be a man among men on equal terms. You can live for others again.
I want to live for myself. I'm afraid, Mr. Goldberg, that you're a little sentimental, too. You keep forgetting that I had the signal honor of being imprisoned by this society that you're praising to me.
You violated the law.
And I admit it. I stole some money. To put it bluntly, I took money because money was so important. And I wanted to be important. And because I took this money, I was arrested. And from that moment on, all semblance of human life ceased. They put me in a cage for 3 long years. Years that are longer and more bitter than anyone can imagine. I used to live in a small room, or work in a small room, or take a walk with other victims in a narrow courtyard. I had a number for a name, and I was guarded and watched and supervised. When I took a breath of air, it was by permission of this society. No human being can live that way and still remain human. No, the prison was beaten. There was no physical brutality, but there was the brutality of that inhuman environment. Well, it changed me. It changed me completely. Society can't pardon me because I won't pardon it. I'm through with it. I'm living for myself, all for myself. And if I can capture some sheer personal pleasure out of life, I'm going to take it. I don't give a hang about anyone else in the world. I don't owe the world anything.
You can say that in this world?
In this one or anyone.
And this anger which Way has against society, which he's obscured under his love for Oriane, is the real reason why he's resisted all along doing what's obvious and right. But the mere fact that Way is willing to talk about it means that it has come to the surface. And at the surface, it can be treated, if Way gives the world a chance. Say, before you do your supper dishes tonight, just ask yourself this. Are you using one of those halfway soaps? I mean a mild bar soap that doesn't have real speed, or a tough granulated soap that keeps you on safety for your hands? Well, forget those halfway soaps and try new Does. You see, Does is that amazing new kind of granulated soap that does everything in your wash. And it has everything you want for dishwashing, too, from whirlwind speed to greater kindness for your hands. Now, just notice how nice and soft your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. In fact, Does is the only leading granulated laundry soap to give you this extra gentleness for your hands. Yet see how fast Does cuts tough grease without you doing any hard scouring. Why, no other soap made can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. Remember, you can see the difference in Does right in the sun. It's one soap with everything for dishes, from lightning speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Ask for Does today. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Next time, Molly calls in a little professional advice. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Take it from there, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the program, let us reenact for you a little scene which took place a short while ago in a drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
What's on the face on whole week?
What's on the face coming up?
Gosh, it's crowded in here. Say, Don, do you think I have time for a sandwich before the show?
Why, yes, Mary, if you hurry. I think I'll have a dish of Tutti Frutti ice cream myself.
Watch it, Don. You put on one more chin, you can throw away your vest. No kidding.
Now, Mary, will you stop ribbing me about my weight? I'm not so heavy.
Go on. Every time you step into an empty elevator, the operator says, "That's all, please," and up you go. Oh, Gilroy.
What'll it be, Mary?
Just a sandwich. I'll have a hamburger.
A hamburger? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe? Yes, Gilroy. Hitch old Dobbin to a bun.
Oh, that'll be all.
Would you mind taking my order, Bud?
Gladly. What do you have, Wobble Tummy?
Well, I'll have a dish of ice cream, please. Make it Tutti Frutti.
You can have Tutti, but there's no more Fruity for the duration. How's that, Radcliffe?
Gilroy, you're really bumping your gums now.
Yeah. Why don't you two jerks give up sodas and write for radio?
We do. We just sold a lot of gags to old Red Skelton.
Red Skelton?
No, old Red Skelton, his father.
Well, that's my fault for talking to you. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, Donzo. Well, Phil, is your orchestra all rehearsed for the program? Who rehearses? If I ever told my boys they were playing something wrong, they'd say, "How do you know?" Then I'd be stuck. Take it easy. Relax. That's my motto.
Well, I hope Orson doesn't find out you didn't rehearse.
Oh, Welty! Why, him and me as pals. We gave a lecture together at UCLA just last night.
You and Orson gave a talk at the university? Oh, Orson did all the talking. I just sat there and let them professors feel my head once in a while.
What?
So. You should have been there. I tried to pull a couple of gags and Orson wrapped me on the bean with his pointer. Get a load of this lump up there.
What'll it be, Twitch? A bromo seltzer?
No, thanks. I had one across the street. I just came in there to burp.
Is that a Lulu? Oh, you and your Lulus.
Say, Gil, is this man annoying you?
No, Radcliffe. Put down that cupcake.
Oh, that rat kid's really a demon. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Say, how's the hamburger you're eating?
All it needs is a jockey.
Mr. Harris, where'd you get that big lump on your head?
From Orson Welles, that's who. Orson Welles. You want something to eat, Dennis? You better order. Now, what do you want?
I think I'll have the special sandwich. Peanut brittle on whole wheat.
You mean peanut butter?
No, look, it says right here, peanut brittle.
That's a misprint, kid. I'll bring you a peanut butter sandwich.
Nothing doing. It says peanut brittle here, and that's what I want.
Now, listen.
I know my rights.
Dennis, if I wasn't a lady, I'd knock him right off that stool. Now, behave yourself.
Hey, kids, get a load of who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, young man. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Butch.
By the way, Miss Harrington, how's Mr. Wells feeling today?
Oh, he's in a splendid mood. He found his yo-yo under the dresser.
What's your order, ma'am?
I want this place tidied up and this counter cleared. Mr. Wells is about to honor this hash house with his presence.
Yes, ma'am.
And incidentally, young man, when did you put on that shirt you're wearing?
In 1937, when I left Stratford, Connecticut.
Well, change it immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And as for your gruesome friend with the wide part in his hair...
That's gotta be me.
Would you mind lying under the counter until Mr. Wells leaves?
My feet is killing me.
Attention! Attention, everybody! Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, you look lovely today.
Thanks, Orson.
I stopped by your house to give you a lift to the studio, but the butler said you'd already gone.
The butler? Oh, did Papa have that tailcoat on again?
Well, at any rate, I'm sorry I missed you. There doesn't seem to be a vacant stool here.
Take mine and I'll sit on your lap, baby face.
That's sweet of you, Mary. Don't you think it's a little early in the day for romance?
Well...
Take it when you can get it. That's my motto.
Dennis, please. Oh, boy.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I'll have a cup of cold consommé madeleine, breast of guinea hen under glass, and a bottle of Chateau Lafite 1928.
Hey, where do you think you're at, the Brown Derby?
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells. Whoops, off my head.
Mr. Wells, I don't think you'll have time to eat. We're due on the air in a few minutes.
Oh, very well. By the way, did you pick up the sketch we're doing on the program tonight from Mr. Benny's writers?
Here it is, Mr. Wells. Would you mind okaying it?
Not at all. Oh, no. Well, that's awful. Miss Harrington, take this out in the alley and burn it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Burn the script?
But, Orson, what are we going to do for a play tonight?
I shall write one myself.
Hey, Mr. Wells, if you're looking for a comedy sketch, my partner and I wrote one that's terrific. Yes, dynamite.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
You wait for that long enough. Sight gag, ladies.
Well, how about it, Mr. Wells? You want to buy our play?
Yes, deliver it to me at NBC as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
Come on, everybody, follow me. Last one in the studio is a rotten egg. Because You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, Cynthia, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, you can stop waving your baton now. The number's over.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it.
You see, old boy, I didn't get a chance to rehearse that selection, so consequently I didn't realize it had reached its termination. If you get what I mean.
That is due to your lackadaisical inadvertence. The conclusion of that number found you in a state of oblivious lethargy. Get what I mean?
No, but my lump is throbbing.
So I notice. It's fairly dancing. By the way, Mary, I've been meaning to ask you, how's Jack coming along? Is he over his cold?
If he was over his cold, you wouldn't be here, brother.
Dennis?
Yes, Jack is much better, Orson. He's resting at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
The Arizona Biltmore? Isn't that rather expensive for Jack?
Sense means nothing to him. He was delirious when he checked in.
That must be the reason.
You know, fellas, I got a postcard from Mr. Benny this morning. He asked me to send his golf bag right away. His golf bag? Say the old boy must be getting better if he wants to play a little golf.
What do you mean, golf? If I know Benny, he landed a job picking grapefruit.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Let's all be fair to Jack. He doesn't think of work all the time. Of course not. Jack can relax and enjoy vacation like anybody else.
Oh, yeah? He took me to Catalina on the boat one time and played his fiddle all the way over.
Well, that doesn't mean he was playing for money.
Don't tell me. I was passing the hat.
Just the same, I'm sure Jack is getting a good rest in Phoenix. Incidentally, that gives me a splendid idea. I think I'll call Jack and say hello to him.
Right now?
Of course, right now, Miss Harrington. Get me Mr. Benny at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
Yes, Mr. Wales. Imagine talking to Phoenix, Arizona just like that. Ain't a phone a wonderful thing? It sure is. Say, Mr. Harris, who invented the telephone? Well, Alexander Graham invented the bell. The rest I don't know nothing about.
Invented by...
Have a look out in the lobby. Maybe he's a bellboy.
Bellboy?
With his flat feet, he could be the house dick.
Bill, please. Now, operator, I'd like to talk to Mr. Benny. Oh, his temperature went down. He checked out. Oh, very well, I'll call him there. Goodbye. That's strange.
What's the matter? Did Jack leave the Arizona Biltmore?
Yes, it seems he's now stopping at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
The Jasmine Blossom?
Hey, I just thought of something. Jasmine Blossom. That's J.B., the same initials as Mr. Benny.
That's right, Dennis, and I'm sure Jack will come home with some lovely monogrammed towels. Miss Harrington, remind me to call Mr. Benny first thing tomorrow morning at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Excuse me. Come in.
Well, it's those two merry madcaps from the soda fountain.
Hello, fellows.
Hello, Mr. Wells. Here's that comedy sketch we wrote for you. There's a little mayonnaise on it, but it's very jolly.
Thank you, fellows. By the way, would you like to stay and hear your little gem?
I don't know. Should we stay, Gil? We can't stay. That fat lady is waiting for her cheeseburger. Oh, yes. Let's go. Wait till I open the door.
Well, let's see what they've written here. So far, nothing but mayonnaise. A little crude, but it'll get by. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a mystery melodrama entitled Death at Midnight or the Murder Case. On this drama, I will play the role of Inspector Wells, the police headquarters. Bill, you'll be my assistant, Sergeant Harris, and Dennis, you will be my other assistant, Sergeant Day. It is your duty to help me solve a horrible crime.
Okay. But I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
You're a policeman. Of course you didn't do it.
Don't be too sure.
And Mary.
It's always a guy you never suspect, silly.
Dennis, please. Now, Mary.
Yes, Orson.
In our sketch, you play the part of the mysterious lady in black. 6 of your husbands have strangely disappeared, and you've just married your 7th.
I'm a busy little girl, aren't I?
Decidedly. Well, that takes care of the casting for our play.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Lawson, but haven't you overlooked me?
Don, overlooking you is like losing a bass drum in a phone booth. However, you should be the butler. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. It's Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Mr. Wells, up to now, working for you has been a pleasure, but trouble has reared its ugly head.
Trouble?
It's that Chinese cook of yours. We just don't speak the same language.
Well, naturally. Naturally. What's the difficulty between you and Chong?
You know those pork chops I got at the market yesterday? The ones I had to use commando tactics to obtain?
Yes.
Well, that group of yours wants to cut them up into little pieces for chop suey. That's vandalism.
Calm down, Rochester.
Any man that would treat a pork chop like that would pull the chair out from under Whistler's mother.
Rochester, don't get so excited. Good heavens, the way you talk, you think those chops were radium.
I can get radium tomorrow. Let's see you get some pork chops.
Now, Rochester, there's no reason why you and Chong can't be good friends. Put Chong on the phone.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, Chong.
Hello, Mom. Mr. Wells.
Now, Chong, I want you and Rochester to get along with each other. What's all this quarreling about?
So he
told me. Anything else? That's absolutely right. Now, Chong, here's what you do. Cook the chop suey for us and give Rochester a couple of pork chops for himself.
Okay, Mr. Wells. I'm very happy.
Now put Rochester back on the phone. Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Everything is all settled. John's giving you 2 pork chops. You can cook them any way you want to.
Cook them? I bought myself a gold frame. I'm going to hang them in my bedroom. Oh, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester. Well, I guess that's straightened out. Sing, Dennis. You can't be wrong, and that was Dennis Day singing. And Dennis, I don't have to tell you, that was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Dennis, you shouldn't pat yourself on the back like that. It's quite hammy.
You should talk, brother.
You've got something there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our thrilling, baffling, spine-tingling mystery melodrama, Death at Midnight. As the scene opens, we find Inspector Wells in his office at police headquarters. Listen, music!
Is that the phone, Inspector?
No, it's a preview for whom the bell tolls. Hello, police headquarters. Inspector Wells speaking.
Help! Come over at once. I'm going to be murdered.
Get away with that phone, you little double-crosser. I'll let you have it. What was that, Inspector?
Oh, one of those skin rummy arguments. And before I forget it, Harris, you're supposed to be a policeman. What's the idea of coming to work in those loud sport clothes?
My girlfriend thinks I'm a bookmaker.
That's no excuse. Now, here's your badge, your uniform, your club.
Okay, where's my flat seat?
On the opposite end of your flat head.
Are you?
Oh, Inspector.
What is it, Sergeant Day?
Somebody has been passing phony dollar bills all over town, and I've got one of them.
A dollar bill, eh? And how do you know it's phony?
Washington is wearing Lincoln's beard.
Let me see that. You're right. And he's wearing Lincoln's hat, too.
Hey, were those 2 guys roommates?
Of course not. Washington wearing Lincoln's beard. This is the worst job of counterfeiting I ever saw.
You think that's something? Turn the bill over.
Good heavens. Hedda Hopper is sitting on the Eagle. Nice work, Day. We've got to report this to Washington.
I thought he was dead.
Washington, D.C. Hello? Hello, Inspector Wells speaking.
Hello, Becky. This is Mrs. Lillian Gahagan Crumdyke speaking. You know, the lady in black.
Why did you call me up, you naughty girl? Have you bumped off another husband?
I didn't have anything to do with it. I went to the library just now, and he was plumped over the radio with the Fred Allen program going full blast.
Oh, was your husband dead?
He must have been. He didn't turn it off. So long, Becky.
Hold everything, Mrs. Crumdyke. I'll be right over. Sergeant Harris, Sergeant Day.
Yes,
Come on, boys. We're going over to investigate a murder. And I have a hunch this crime was committed by who? I can't make this out. There's mayonnaise on it. Let's go, fellows! Calling all cars. Eddie Lamar locked in her closet. Take it easy, boys. That is all. This is the house right here. Harris, they break down that door. Yes, sir. Gentlemen, did you ring? No, we didn't. We're the police. Who are you? I'm Wobble Tummy, the butler. The butler, eh? Now tell me, what do you know about this crime? I don't know anything, sir. When the murder took place, I was down at the grocery store buying a package of toasty brown sweeties and a grape nut flakes. Grape nut flakes, eh? Make a nut. Note of that, Harris. Yes, sir. Now come clean, you. You're talking to the law. What do you know about grape nut flakes? I know they're America's fastest growing flake cereal, and they're famous for their malty rich flavor, and the grape nut flakes come in a 12-ounce economy-sized package. Harris, this man is concealing something. Keep an eye on him. Gotcha. Now I think I'll grill Mrs. Crumdyke. I have a hunch she killed her husband. You know that saying, sur la femme, don't you? No, I don't. Well, you ought to learn it. It's all the rage now.
Well, Blue Poster here. Hi, it's Becky.
Hello, Mrs. Crumdyke. Where's the body?
Right here, and I'm wearing a new dress.
I mean your husband's body.
Oh, that old thing.
It's a strange coincidence, Mrs. Crumdyke, but all of your husbands have met untimely death. Take your first husband, the big game hunter.
What about him?
You went on a hunting trip to Canada with him, and he's the first thing you shot.
Well, he looked like a moose.
No excuse. Now, I want a confession, Mrs. Crumdyke, and I want it now. Start talking.
Well?
It's no use. You murdered your husband, and you might as well admit it.
Well, here we go again.
Lies! Lies! Nothing but lies. You hated your husband, and you couldn't stand him any longer. Now tell me, how did you kill him?
Well...
I don't believe it. I'm arresting you, Mrs. Crumdyke. Arresting you for the murder of your husband. Tell me, what's his first name?
Well...
Otto J. Crumdyke. Slap the bracelets on her, Harris, and let's go.
Oh, Inspector, Mrs. Crumdyke is innocent.
Innocent?
Yes, someone just threw a note in the window and it solved the whole case.
Give me that note. Where is it?
I ate it. It was covered with mayonnaise.
Come on, Harris. Let's get over to Hetty Lamar's house. She may still be trapped. Sit down to a big, tempting bowl full of appetizing balls. So, until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance tonight in the role of Mrs. Crumdyke.
I was pretty crummy, huh?
Well...
Good night, folks. Good night, doll.
program was written by Radcliffe Morrow and Gilroy Malloy with mayonnaise by Orson Welles.
Program with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And back with us after an absence of 5 weeks, Jack Benny.
Of course, we've all heard how it takes two to make a bargain. Well, truer words were never said when it comes to modern shopping. Because it takes two kinds of currency, cash and ration stamps, to buy many of today's foods. So here's a thought to put in your pocketbook on your shopping expedition next time. Nearly all foods, let's face it, have gone up in price. Gone up anywhere from 2% to 75%. But there's at least one big exception to this general wartime rule. Grape Nuts Flakes is America's fastest growing breakfast cereal, and because you folks have been switching to that big 12-ounce economy size package, you're paying, on the average, less for your Grape Nuts Flakes today than you did in 1939. So with the price of many foods where it is today, it's great to know you're doing both your family and your budget a favor when you serve more crisp, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Well, they're a real flavor treat. They provide important whole grain nourishment, and they bring you real savings. So plan to buy several packages at a time in the big 12-ounce economy size of unrationed Grape Nut Flakes. I Don't Want Anybody, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack is convalescing from his recent illness. The time, shortly before noon today. The place, Jack's bedroom. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
Let's see, I got 2 teaspoons of cherry syrup in it. A couple of drops of menthol. I think it needs another dash of gin. Yeah, that's enough. This kind of medicine makes a cold a pleasure. Oh, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, wake up.
What is it, Rochester? What do you want, Rochester?
It's time for your cough medicine. I think you'll like it better now. I put more gin in it.
More gin? You mean to say this cough medicine I've been drinking has gin in it?
You couldn't have that silly grin on your face from just plain
What?
You may not believe this, but you've been snoring sweet Adeline.
Well, I might have known you to make my cough medicine wrong. Believe me, from now on, I'll have my prescriptions filled at the drugstore.
Okay, boss, but you'll find very few pharmacists with the imagination I got.
I don't want imagination. I want my medicine right. Now, put my electric heating pad under the covers. My feet are getting chilly.
Electric heating pad? That's the toaster with a towel wrapped around it.
I don't care. Plug it in.
Yes, sir.
Answer the phone.
Hello? Mr. Benny's residence. Boudoir extension. Who? Oh, hello, sugar. How are you? Well, I don't know, honey. I'll have to find out. Oh, Mr. Benny, can I have tonight off? I want to go down to Central Avenue to see my girl.
No, absolutely not.
Looks like you'll have to come out here, honey.
Rochester, you know I'm not feeling well. Why can't you see your girlfriend tomorrow night?
Tomorrow's Monday. I got a date with my Monday girl.
Your Monday girl?
Maybe I could switch my Tuesday girl to Wednesday and make Saturday a doubleheader.
Well, if it's that involved, you don't have to... Whoop! Whoop, pull it out!
Pull out what?
Pull the plug! Pull the plug!
What's the matter, boy?
Pull the plug. My clothes are caught in the toaster. Quick, pull it out.
There you are, Mr. Benny.
Ooh, my foot burns. Wow, pour some ice water on it, Rochester.
Hold still, boy.
There, that's better. Oh, hello, Mary.
What's the matter, Jack? Somebody give you a hot foot?
No, I got my toes caught in the toaster.
Your toes caught in the what?
In the toaster. Could happen to anyone.
Oh, sure. Everybody's making toast in bed nowadays. It's all the rage.
I was using it for a heating pad. Oh, but Rochester, what are you doing with that bottle of cough medicine?
I was holding it up to the light and some of it ran down my throat.
Well, why were you holding it up to the light?
I told you some of it ran down my throat.
Put that bottle down.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel, Jack? You think you'll be able to make the show today?
I've got to. I can't disappoint my public. Just think, Mary, people have been deprived of hearing my voice for 5 long weeks.
You'd be surprised how fast they went.
Well, I'll admit that Orson Welles did a pretty good job.
Pretty good. He's one of the most polished performers I've ever worked with.
He is, eh?
He has the most beautiful speaking voice I've ever heard.
No, he has, eh?
Gosh, when he says, "Good evening, this is Orson Welles," I get goose pimples all over.
I don't care if you break out in billiard balls. You go back to the line. Goose pimples. Anyway, let me tell you something about the guy that gives you such a thrill. I was sick in bed 5 weeks. He didn't even send me a basket of fruit. I finally had to wire him. I mean, the least he could have done, you think, would be
Well, look who's here. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, you have been sick.
Well, I imagine I am a little pale.
A little pale. You look like you went to the blood bank and forgot to say when.
No, I'm not that bad. She was at the front door, Rochester.
Oh, it can't be my girl yet. She just called.
It might be for me. My house, remember? Now answer the door.
Okay.
Say, Jackson, I got a surprise for you. Alice Faye, now appearing in Hello Frisco, Hello, made a dozen donuts for you with her own little hands.
A dozen donuts, where are they?
Out in the car. I'll get Rochester to help me carry them in.
They're that heavy, Phil, even in the car.
No, I got to get them out of there. My tires keep going down. That Harris is really bumping his gums.
Phil, I'm only guessing, but I'll bet my temperature just went up 2 points.
Well, Jack, if you have a fever, you ought to stay home and let Orson handle the show today.
What's a little fever? I've had it for 5 weeks now. 1 minute I'm hot, the next minute I'm cold. Then I'm hot, then I'm cold.
You sound like a shower bath at a cheap hotel.
I don't care what I sound like. Orson Welles is not going to do my program today.
Gosh, I'm sure going to miss Wellesley. Without him, the show won't have no refinement, no culture, no class.
And it won't have no Harris if you don't shut up. Anyway, what's all this raving about Orson Welles? Gosh, when I was in 3rd grade in Waukegan, I was a genius, too. I did something no other pupil ever did before.
What'd you do?
He joined the Navy.
All right, my record still stands.
Hey, boss, the doctor's here. Do you want to see him?
No, Rochester, no. I've been lying here in bed all week because I can't find my pants.
You're pressing them under your mattress.
Well, show the doctor in.
Okay, here he is.
Oh, how do you do, Doctor?
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
I got a cold in my chest, Doctor, not a broken leg.
Oh, pardon me. I was thinking of Claudette Colbert's Cocker Spaniel. He's coming along fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Now, Doc, would you mind examining me? I got to go down to NBC and do a broadcast today.
Why? Is Orson Welles sick?
No, look, I'm getting better. Now, please examine me.
All right. I'll take a look at your chest first. Now, roll up your nightshirt.
Okay, here it goes. There you are. How do I look, Doc?
My, you're kind of caved in there.
Yeah.
Get a load of his chest. That's the only skin hammock I ever saw.
Oh, don't be so funny. Hey, Doc. Hey, watch your cigarette, Doc. That's my mouth, not an ashtray.
Pardon me. Now, let's see. I think I'll tap your chest.
Well, go ahead, tap me.
Now, hold still. My, there seems to be a piece of metal in there.
That's a bullet I got years ago when I was hunting moose in Saskatchewan.
It's a bullet you got from a Spanish dancer in El Paso.
Rosita. She finally ran away with a bullfighter. I wonder where she is now.
I wonder where the bullfighter is. I could use some meat.
Rosita. Well, can I do my show today, Doctor?
Yes, you'll be fine. Well, I must run along now. W.C. Fields St. Bernard is out of brandy. Goodbye.
Say, Jackson, I wonder if that doctor's any good.
Oh, he must be. He delivered Whirlaway. I hope Don and Dennis get here pretty soon. Then we can have our rehearsal and get started for the studio.
Hey, Jackson, what's the idea of rehearsing here in your bedroom anyway?
Well, I'm saving all my strength for my public. After all, I've been pretty... Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
Why are you pouring my cough medicine in those cocktail glasses?
I thought it might liven up the party!
This isn't a party. Now, you put that medicine back in the bottle. Never saw such a guy. He always has to be the host around Don and Dennis should be here by now. It's almost 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock already? How about some lunch, Jackson?
Okay. But remember, Phil, we have rationing now, so I can't dish out food like I used to.
Like you used to?
Yes.
You got so many meals out of a leg of lamb one time, it got mad and kicked you.
Well, that settles it. There'll be no lunch served. Rochester, the lobster salad, hot rolls, and apple pie a la mode are out.
There's a dream meal that can go back to the clouds.
Whatever we have, don't serve it.
Say, Jackson, I was just wondering, have you still got that crazy boarder of yours?
You're referring to Mr. Billingsley, Phil. He's not crazy.
He's not crazy. You know how he made orange juice this morning? He ran the oranges through the ringer.
Through the ringer?
Then he hung them out to dry.
He just likes to try out new things, that's all. As a matter of fact, he...
Uh-oh. Speak of the devil, here he is.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Still flat on your mattress, I see.
Yes. We were just talking about you, Mr. Billingsley. Your ears must be burning.
Well, I'll have to call the fire department. I've got a new hat on.
You haven't changed a bit. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, we're going to rehearse our radio program in a few minutes. Would you like to stay and hear it?
Oh, I'd love to. I'll just hide under the bed here in case your husband comes home. Here I go. Whoop, up my head.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
You dog, you.
Good old Billingsley. That must be Don and Dennis. Come in.
Oh, hello, Jack. Sorry we're a little late.
How do you feel, Mr. Benny?
Oh, hello, fellas. I feel pretty good, Dennis, and I'm anxious to get back on the program. You know, I have a hunch we're going to have a pretty good show today.
Without Orson Welles?
Yes.
Gosh, the Orson Welles program without Orson Welles. I worry about things like that.
The Jack Benny program. Get it straight, you little traitor. What's the matter with this gang?
Oh, Jack, don't be so touchy. You always imagine that people are running you down.
I imagine.
Yes, you jump at conclusions. If somebody happens to say you're a heel, you always take it the wrong way.
Well, how else can I take it? A heel is a heel.
You said it.
There you are. I imagine things, eh? Well, let's get started with the rehearsal. Rochester, pass the scripts around.
Yes, sir. Everybody gets a script and a glass of cough medicine.
There'll be no cough medicine.
I read this script, boys. A little nectar won't hurt it.
Rochester, whenever I need you in the capacity of a dramatic critic, I'll let you know. Now, let's get started, fellas. Now, Don introduces me in the show, and then I come on, and I say... Who can that be? Come in.
Hey, it's Miss Harrington, Mr. Wells' secretary. Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, Dennis. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Slugger.
My, what an odd bed sheet. It has blue eyes.
This is me. This is me. I'm pale.
You certainly are. I have news for you, Mr. Benny. Mr. Wells is about to pay you a visit.
Orson? Orson? Coming here to visit me?
Yes, he'll be here shortly. Rochester, I want this room tidied up at once.
Yes, Miss Harrington?
I want a chair placed beside the bed.
Yes, Miss Harrington.
And put an X on Mr. Benny's forehead so Mr. Wells can spot him immediately.
Now, look, I'm not that pale. Now, Miss Harrington, would you mind sitting over there in the corner? We were just starting to rehearse our program.
Rehearse without the master? Mr. Wells won't like it.
Nuts to Mr. Wells.
I know just how you feel, Daddy. Well, I'll be darned. She's human.
Attention, everybody! Mr. Wells is about to make his entrance.
Mr. Wells. Come in.
Orson Welles.
Well, Wellsy!
Gee, you'd think he was Frank Remley or something, the way they're jumping around here. For heaven's sake.
Well, Mary, it's nice to see you. How's Jack feeling today?
I feel well enough to do my broadcast, brother.
Wasn't that Jack's voice? Jack, where are you?
Right here. They forgot to mark me. Look, can't you see my big blue eyes?
Well, yes, they're gorgeous.
Thank you.
You're so pale, Jack.
Well, you see, Orson, it's been so cloudy lately, I haven't been able to get any sun. I sit out in my backyard every day, but nothing happens.
I'll fix that. Miss Harrington, take a note.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Get in touch with the Weather Bureau. The sun must shine tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
See what I mean, Daddy?
Hey, maybe he can do it.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I noticed a lot of orange peels hanging on your clothesline. Is that to ward off evil spirits?
No, Mr. Billingsley, my boarder, was making some juice. Now, if you'll excuse us for a few minutes, Orson, we'll go ahead with our rehearsal.
Oh, I certainly don't mind if I stay and watch, do you?
No, not at all. Now, as I was saying, fellas, Don introduces me, then I come on.
Pardon me, there doesn't seem to be a chair here.
What? No chair? Mr. Wells doesn't have a chair.
Oh, my goodness. Here, I can take mine.
No, Orson, take my chair.
Take mine. It's got a pretty cushion on it.
Take my chair, Orson. It's peachy. Here, take the bed. I'll go out and hang on the clothesline. For heaven's sake. Now, let's get going with this rehearsal, whether Mr. Wells is standing, sitting, or floating around the room. Now, the first thing to do is, Orson, come down here. She knows more magic. Now, the first thing to do is run over the dialogue.
Run over the dialogue? Oh, no, that'll never do. No.
What do you mean, no?
Comedy, Jack, should never be rehearsed. Repetition destroys its sparkle and spontaneity.
But
the
Orson,
important elements of a variety program are the songs and music.
Look,
now,
but Orson...
Dennis, I want you to run over your songs so we can get an idea of its length.
Now, wait a minute, Orson. This rehearsal is my business. You're not even going to be on the show.
I know, but I shall be listening. It's about time we listeners had something to say. Sing, Dennis.
I see what you mean, sister.
Mr. Wells, do you think it'll do for the program?
Well, Dennis, I think Mr. Benny should answer that question. After all, he's running a show this week.
Darn right I am. Your song was swell, Dennis, but it's a little long. I want you to cut half a minute out of it.
Cut? Half a minute? Cut of that beautiful ballad would ruin it.
Might, it's sad. Tell you what, Dennis, I want you to add a half a minute to it.
You want him to add half a minute and destroy its musical climax?
I never thought of that. Leave it alone, Dennis.
Leave it alone? You want him to leave it alone and...
Now, wait a minute, Orson. Took him 10 years to build up the name Orson Welles. I made it Oris in one second. Look at Orson. What the heck do you want?
I wish I knew.
So do I. Look, Orson, it's getting late. Do you mind? Look, Orson. I'm sorry I killed your gag there. Or I'm glad. I don't know which. Orson, it's getting late. Do you mind if we get on with the rehearsal?
Of course not. I'll just glance through this manuscript here on the table. Is it a screenplay?
No, that's my autobiography, Orson. I've been working on the story of my life since I've been sick.
Intriguing title. Jack Benny, From Rags to Radio.
Yes, I was going to call it The Loves of Jack Benny, but I haven't done so well.
This is a thrilling opening. Jack Benny, was born on a farm near Waukegan, Illinois, many years ago.
It is thrilling, isn't it?
A great day of great rejoicing on the farm. Chickens were cackling, cows were mooing, hogs were grunting, and father was cockeyed.
What a celebration.
Young Jack Benny, from his very early
Pardon me
days...
for interrupting, Orson, but we've got to get finished with our rehearsal.
No. This is interesting. Go ahead, Orson. Go ahead.
But, Jack, now, I've got to rehearse the sponsor's message yet.
You got to yet? Oh, yes, the sponsor's message. Well, Don, as long as I haven't been on the show for 5 weeks, I thought we'd concentrate on me.
Now, just a minute, Jack. You can't seriously believe that we listeners tune in to the Great Nut Flakes program every week just to hear about you.
But Oswald...
Of course not. We want to know how those toasty brown, sweet as a nut little flakes are getting along.
But Oswald...
We want to know... we want to know if they still... Now, you know I can't louse up the sponsors.
No. I got it.
We want to know if they still have that malty rich flavor. And if
For the sponsors?
Yeah. We want to know if they still have that malty rich flavor and if they're still America's fastest growing flake cereal.
But Orson, look, I think that people want to know... Darn that nightshirt. But Orson, after Don delivers his message, can't I talk about myself? Can't I tell people my cold is better?
Jack, I wouldn't take any bows on that cold till you're strong enough to have a beautiful nurse.
Oh, well, I'll tell him anyway. Huh?
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
Doc, I'm not a cocker spaniel. Look, but as long as you're here, you can give me an aspirin. All this excitement has given me a little headache.
An aspirin? Here you are.
Thank you.
That'll be 5 cents, please.
Look, put it on my bill. Now, if I can just swallow the thing.
Would you like to grease the track with a little cough medicine?
I don't need any chaser. See, it's down.
Say, that was a pretty big pill. It didn't look like an aspirin to me.
Me neither.
You neither? You're the doctor.
Well, you don't have to get so huffy about it. I just happened to give you a sleeping pill by mistake.
What?
You're lucky. It might have been a dog biscuit.
A sleeping pill?
He gave me a sleeping pill. I can't go to sleep.
I got a show to do today. Remember, Don, you introduced me, and I'll come out and I'll say...
Well, Orson, looks like you'll have to do the show today.
I'll be glad to, Mary.
Now, come on, everybody. Let him sleep.
Those pills are wonderful. I'm headed for Central Avenue. I came back for the cough medicine, folks.
If you're a wartime homemaker, then you're a member of the WINS, W-I-N-S, Women in National Service. And one of your big jobs is keeping the family well fed in spite of wartime food restrictions. Well, your job will be a lot easier if you serve more unrationed whole grain cereals more often. Cereals such as delicious toasty brown grape nut flakes. For our government's nutrition program urges that everybody get the important nourishment of the whole grain cereals every day. And in each luscious bowl full of malty-rich grape nut flakes and milk, you do get that important whole grain nourishment that includes many of the same essentials found in foods that are scarce. And friends, to enjoy the swell-tasting goodness and the whole grain nourishment of grape nut flakes, you don't have to give up a single precious ration stamp. So ask for plentiful, nutritious grape nut flakes in the big 50 12-ounce package tomorrow.
Thanks, Orson. Good night, folks.
The Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Scharf and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This time of the year, nearly everyone is busy with preparations for Christmas. The Harrises have practically completed theirs, except for their outdoor decorations. Phil and Alice's brother William are at work on that now.
Oh, this is a waste of money, all these decorations. holly and wreaths. No, it's not at all practical.
Stop beefing. Everything looks very pretty. Well, I got the wreath up. Now to get the lights strung. I want to put them across the top of the house and down the sides.
That's already done, Philip. I did it while you were in the garage decorating your still.
That ain't no still. It's my new hat-blocking machine. Uncle Fedora sent it to me for Christmas, and I just thought...
All right. Hat-blocking machine, indeed.
You must know it's a pressure cooker. I was canning a few beets. Well, let's stand back and see what kind of a job you did on these lights. Let me see, Well, you certainly used enough lights. You got them all over the front of the house.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It's not only ornamental, it's practical, too. I arranged the lights so that they spell something.
Well, that's a cute idea. What does it say?
Well, you can read it better when they're lighted. Now, wait. I'll turn the switch on and show it to you. There.
Hey, look at that light up. Let's see what it says. Merry Christmas from Alice, Faye, and husband. Why didn't you put my name up, too?
Well, I'm planning on using the sign again next year, and there's no telling if you'll still be with us.
You can put my name up. I'll be here.
Very well. Well, read the rest of the sign.
Okay. Let's see. Alice, Faye, and husband, stars of stage, screen, and radio. Now available for television. Will work cheap. Call Hollywood 6161 or toll-free number Zenith 470.
Oh, do you like it, Philip?
No. You left out have tuxedos will travel. What are you trying to do to my house? I don't want no ads up. William, this is just for Christmas.
What's the matter, Phil? What are you yelling about?
I'll show you what I'm yelling about. Look at the lights your brother put up on the house for Christmas. Look at them. Just look what it says.
Let me see. Merry Christmas from Alice, Faye, and husband. Stars of stage, screen, and radio. Now available for television. Will work. Keep on. 6161. Toll free number 470.
This kid reads good.
Willie, how could you put a sign like that up on our house? That's the most disgraceful thing I've ever seen. Take that down.
The whole thing?
No, just the part that says we'll work cheap. And Phil, you'd better come in now and get cleaned up. We have to leave soon.
Where are we going?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The Women's Club is having a pre-Christmas party and play, and the husbands are all invited.
Look, honey, I don't like them things. I don't feel like going.
Now, don't argue. You're going. Now, hurry inside and put your Santa Claus suit on.
All right, if I have to. Put my what on?
Oh, there's something else I forgot to tell you. In the play, you have the lead. You're Santa Claus.
Ooh, goody. The day I've dreamed of is finally arisen. I'm going to play Santa Claus for a women's club. Ooh, I ain't gonna do it.
Phil, it's too late to back out. Now, Mrs. Stewart is in charge of entertainment, and I promised her you'd do it.
But, honey, that ain't the kind of role I play. I'm not the Santa Claus type. You know I'm a lover.
How would I know?
That's a nasty type remark. Alice, I'd like to help you, but I refuse to...
You're not refusing anything. This play is for the children, and you're not going to disappoint them. You'll find your Santa Claus outfit on the bed. Now, go on in and change.
All right. Oh, if she didn't have money, would I tell her?
Hurry up, Phil. Mrs. Stewart will be over to pick us up soon.
Alice, and did the Women's Club really pick Philip to play Santa Claus?
Oh, don't you worry about Phil. He'll be the hit of the play.
Well, are you going to be in the play, too, sis?
Yes. I'm going to sing a few songs for the children. Which reminds me, I'd better rehearse one of them now.
Oh, lovely.
Christmas toys all over the place. Little Johnny wears a funny smile upon his face. For Johnny has a secret,
and this secret he must share. He wants to tell somebody, so he tells his teddy bear. I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus underneath the mistletoe last night. She didn't see me creep down the stairs to have a peep. She thought that I was tucked up in my bedroom fast asleep. Then I saw Mommy tickle Santa Claus underneath his beard so snowy white. Oh, what a laugh it would have been if Daddy had only seen Mommy kissing Santa Claus last night. I was so puzzled I couldn't understand why Mommy was kissing the wrong man. It's Santa. And then it was that I saw Mommy tickle Santa Claus underneath his beard so snowy white. Oh, what a laugh it would have been if Daddy had only seen Mommy kissing Santa Claus last night. Merry Christmas.
This is ridiculous, making me dress up in a Santa Claus outfit. Well, now that I got it on, I might as well look in the mirror and see how it looks. I thought so. I looked and Hey, I'm cute. Yeah. Ooh, I love that twinkle in my eye. And the way my cherry red lips show up against that white beard. I look jolly yet distinguished. Sort of like an old Liberace. Yeah, now to go in the other room and show Alice. Gee whiz. Hey, Alice, where are you?
I'm right here, Phil.
Well, ho, ho, ho. How do you like me in my Santa Claus outfit?
Oh, no, Phil. Oh, no.
Wait a minute. What are you laughing at? I think I look good. Not only that, I sound the part, too. Listen to this. Ho, 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 and how would you growl?
Well, what's the matter?
The whiskers are too loose. Every time I open my mouth wide, that beard gets round.
The suit's a little big for you, too. You know, Phil, somehow you don't look right for the part.
I do, too. I guarantee nobody will know it's me in this get-up. I look like the real thing. I know... Uh-oh, that must be Elliot. I'll get it. Oh, man, I can just picture his face when Santa Claus opens the door. This is going to be a surprise. Ho, 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 and how are you?
You going to invite me in, or are you going to stand there eating that bird's nest soup?
It ain't bird's nest soup. Can't you tell what it is?
Chew it again. Let me listen.
Throw me a wild ball, growl.
Too quiet for shredded wheat. Oh, I know. It's cotton candy.
If you're finished, I'll tell you what it is. It's a beard.
Oh. What's the beard for?
What's the beard for? Can't you tell by the outfit I'm wearing? Doesn't this suit look familiar to you?
Well, let me see.
Oh.
Of course. That's the red seersucker suit you bought for Easter.
This ain't my Easter suit. This is the Santa Claus suit I'm going to wear for the kids.
Curly, you can't play Santa Claus. Santa's a fat, jolly, nice-looking man, and you don't look the part.
Too sexy, huh?
That ain't what I meant, Marilyn. Now,
tell me I don't make a good-looking Santa Claus. The Women's Club asked me to do it because I'm perfect for the part.
Well, did Mrs. Stewart arrive yet? Oh, hello, Elliot.
Hello, Alice. I was just admiring little old Chris here. Cute little nothing, isn't he?
No, Elliot, that's not nice. Phil, I think you look positive.
Those are my sentiments exactly.
Abbott and Costello, huh? I guarantee that them dames will make the biggest fuss over me when
that
I...
must be Mrs. Stewart. I'll answer it.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Harris. Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, but I had trouble driving over it. The traffic was something fierce. All those Christmas shoppers on the sidewalk slowed me down, something awful. You know, my husband always tells me I should drive in the street, but there's so many cars there, it's dangerous. Don't you find it that way?
Well,
We better get going. Where's Mr. Harris?
Oh, he's standing right there.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Harris. Now then, Mrs. Harris, we'll all drive down in my... How'd he get hurt?
I didn't get hurt.
Then how come you're bleeding?
I ain't bleeding. This is the Santa Claus suit that I'm going to wear for the children.
Oh, Mr. Harris, you can't appear in front of the little children like that. They'll think that you... Oh, well, we can always tell them you were trampled by one of your reindeer.
If I wasn't supposed to be such a jolly old man, I'd hang one on her.
You know, you're certainly the speediest Santa Claus I've ever seen. I hope you sound more convincing than you look.
I sound very good. Just listen. Ho, 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 and growl, mom's growl.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now he swallowed his teeth. Oh, Mrs. Harris, if I were you, I'd get a new husband. I always say husbands are just like cars. Once they start falling apart, get rid of them. It costs too much to keep them in repairs. Of course, yours looks like he still has a few good miles in him, but I wouldn't advise you to take him on any long trip.
Curly, she stopped. Suppose she needs winding?
I don't see no place for a handle. Maybe it's the end of the record. Turn her over and see what's on the other side.
Okay. Oh, Curly, you'll like this.
What is it?
Never Smile at a Crocodile from the Peter Pan album.
Oh, she's an RCA label.
Yeah.
Well, let's spin her and see what...
All right, fellas, you're being very rude. I'm sorry, Mrs. Stewart.
Oh, don't apologize. We have to make allowances for them when they get senile. Well, we better get in the car and get going. Those children will be waiting to see Santa Claus. Of course, they'll be disappointed when they see you, Mr. Harris, but you can make up for it by entertaining them. After all, you're an actor, and you can do some of your famous barnyard imitations.
I don't do no barnyard imitations.
Well, then ride your unicycle or whatever it is you do.
I'm a singer and a darn good one, ain't I, Elliot?
I like it better on the unicycle.
Never mind. I got a great song for those kids, and they'll love it. I'll sing it on the way down. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ooh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Ooh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Hey! Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Alice Faye was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank, and we got a plot. Jingle bells, jingle bells, singing merrily we go. Jingle bells, find a snow so cold and crisp and light the jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in an open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open one-horse open sleigh. Elliot. Hey, look at all those kids over there. Ain't they cute? They're so eager and anxious to see Santa Claus. Hey, I wonder what I'm supposed to do to amuse them. Maybe I don't have to entertain them. I'll just go over and just be Santa.
No, Curly, please don't do it. Why spoil their Christmas?
I keep telling you it ain't going to spoil it. The trouble with you grown-ups is you don't know what Santa Claus is supposed to look like. But the kids do. They'll love me, and I'll prove it to you. Look, here comes a little boy. Watch his reaction when I talk to him. Hello, little boy. I'm Santa Claus. What would you... Ow! Kick me right in the shins. Look, you little monster. Step out in the alley with me. I'll break every bone.
Curly, you can't fight a kid. You're supposed to be Santa Claus.
I'll take my suit off.
Curly, he didn't like you. None of them will.
Oh, that kid was just a brat.
Curly, you ready to give up now?
No, I'm not ready to give up. Maybe I'm using the wrong approach. Maybe I've been a little too brusque. Hey, look, there's a kid bending over that tree. I'll go over and pat him on the head.
Yeah.
Hello, son. My, but you're a fine-looking...
Stop pressing me, little head. It ain't a cantaloupe.
Oh, I picked a humdinger this time. Julius, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Mr. Harris, what are you doing in that hokey getup? What are you supposed to be, anyway?
What do you mean, what am I supposed to be? What do I look like in this red suit?
Like 180 pounds of raw hamburger.
I'll tell you what I am. I'm Santa Claus.
This is a Santa Claus.
Yes, I am. And if you look closely, you'll see the resemblance because I have a cheery smile, twinkling eyes, and rosy cheeks.
I like your big, fat, red nose.
You do?
Yeah. With that white beard around it, it looks like a tomato pushing its way through a mess of cottage cheese.
This kid must be hungry. He'd remind him of something to eat. Look, Julius, you shouldn't kid about a thing like this. You believe in Santa Claus, don't you?
Oh, naturally. And I'm sorry if I offended you, Santa dear. You'll come to my house this Christmas Eve, won't you?
Certainly. And if you're a good little boy, on Christmas Eve, I'll come riding through the sky with my reindeer, land on your roof, put my pack on my shoulder, come sliding down your chimney, and land in your fireplace. And what's the first thing you'll do when you wake up on Christmas morning?
Sweep out your ashes.
My ash? You mean...
The biggest blaze you ever saw!
I don't think that's nice. Especially when I was going to bring you such a lovely present.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris. What kind of present you going to bring me?
A hand grenade with a loose pin. Beat it, will you? Get out of here.
Now, will you take the hint, Curly? Nobody likes you as Santa Claus.
Yeah, I guess you're right. All they've done is make fun of me since I got here. Come on, I'm going home.
All right.
I'm going to take this suit off, too. And I never want to see it again.
Mm-hmm. Well, I told you you'd be a failure, Curly.
All right, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in. I was trying to be nice to those kids and play Santa Claus for them, and all they did was ridicule me. You'd think that they'd...
Oh, mister, can any kid get into that Christmas party or... Say, are you Santa Claus?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it? I don't want to hear no more cracks about how funny I look.
Oh, you don't look funny, Santa. I think you look wonderful.
Yeah, I know. Now get along. I do? You really think so?
Sure. I've seen those make-believe Santas in the stores, but they're not like you. You're much better looking.
Well, I can't argue that point with you.
Wait a minute, kid. Do you think this is the real Santa Claus?
I know he is. Anybody can tell by looking at him.
You're a smart little fella.
Look, kid, there's something I got to tell you. This
Quiet, John Believer. Now, tell me, son, what do you want me to bring you for Christmas?
Didn't you get my letter?
Your letter? Oh, sure. Yeah, I got it, but, well, I just sat down to read it when suddenly the north wind came and blew it right out of my hand.
Butterfingers.
Quiet.
Gee, you didn't read my letter. I guess that's what happened last year, too. Because you never showed up.
I did? Well, don't you worry, because I'm going to show up this year. And look, Sonny, as long as I'm here, why don't you tell me what you want?
Well, I'd like a bicycle, a pair of skates, a football, electric trains, an air rifle, a chemistry set.
Hey, wait a minute. That's quite a lot of things you're asking for, isn't it?
Yeah, but don't forget you owe me a lot of stuff from last year.
You got a point there. All right, Sonny. I'll see that you get everything you want on Christmas Eve.
Oh, thanks, Santa. I'll be waiting for you. Merry Christmas.
I'll be there. Merry Christmas, son. Come on, Elliot. We got work to do.
Hey, you know, Curly, he really believed you're Santa.
You're darn right. And that's why I'm going to the store and buy him everything he asked for. And I'm going to deliver it myself on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, that's fine, except for one thing. You forgot to ask the kid where he lives.
I know where he lives. 22 Elm Street. Right over the grocery store.
How'd you know that?
Well, I don't know. It just came to me. Elliot, do you suppose I really am Santa Claus?
All right, Curly. I better find out where the kid lives so we won't be disappointed.
Hey, son, where do you live?
22 Elm Street, right over our grocery store.
Ooh, I'm getting out of here.
Wait for me. I'm going with you.
Curly, how did you do that?
Nothing's too hard for the real Santa. Now, let's take the bus and go home.
A bus for the real Santa? Nonsense. We'll go home in your sleigh.
All right, Elliot.
Don't argue. You get in and I'll drive.
Please.
Up Donner, up Blitzen, up Prancer, up Vixen, and away we go.
Elliot, please.
What's the matter, Santa?
Stop the sleigh. I'm getting air sick.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Phil Harris. The Rexall Drug Company, Alice and I, and our entire cast want to thank you so much for listening to our show and wish you the best Christmas you've ever had.
Merry Christmas, folks.
Good night,
the Christmas
everybody.
seals you buy once a year will help protect you from tuberculosis all the year. Use Christmas seals generously. This is Bill Foreman wishing good health to all from
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The makers of Campbell Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening. This is Orson Welles. It's been my custom on opening these Sunday Campbell Playhouse shows of ours to talk about, in the order named, A, our offering for the evening, and B, our guest star. My task tonight is relatively easy. our offering is our guest star, Mr. Jack Benny. Mr. Benny, not exactly unknown to the airwaves as a comedian and violin virtuoso, has consented tonight to make his radio debut as an actor, pure and simple. It is his art, I hasten to add, which is pure. It is the character he plays who is simple. Tonight, for the first time since I've been his producer, we've opened the doors of the Campbell Playhouse, opened them to admit as our guests a few hundred of Mr. Benny's fans, whom Mr. Benny at least numbers in millions. We bid them a sincere and hearty welcome. And if Mr. Benny behaves himself tonight, the silence of the Campbell Playhouse will remain, as always, undisturbed. Granted, of course, that tonight's specialty is no particular invitation to sobriety on the part of the giddiest guest in our career. June Moon by Ring Lardner and George S. Kaufman is advertised as his vehicle. Until just now, at least, it's always been one of my favorite plays. Now, for just a minute or so, while Mr. Benny gets in the mood, Ernest Chappell, who is in the mood, has something to tell us about a discovery he's made. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. Perhaps it's hardly to be called a discovery. The other night I was browsing through the diaries of the great and greatly human Englishman, Samuel Pepys, when I came upon this entry in the year 1665.
All morning at my books, which I have had new bound. Then with Sir W. Penn in his carriage to the Lord Chancellor's. We were there regally entertained, dining upon a vast dish of chickens of most excellent sweet meat.
And so we have evidence, if indeed evidence were needed, that the taste for chicken was as keen in the year 1665 as it is with most of us in 1940. Now, I'm sure it must be our continued liking for chicken that has made this country take so wholeheartedly to Campbell's chicken soup. One after another, families have tried this chicken soup and found it rich in chicken flavor clear through, from its golden surface to the very bottom of the plate. They've seen how its broth fairly glistens with chicken richness. They've enjoyed the fluffy rice and tender chicken meat in every plateful. They've told others how much they enjoyed Campbell's chicken soup, and so its popularity has grown and continues to grow. Have you tried this deep-flavored, home-like chicken soup of Campbell's? Won't you enjoy it tomorrow? I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now Orson Welles opens our Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, starring Jack Benny.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's story is all about the big city. To quote O. Henry, the fair but pitiless city of Manhattan. In this big city, large and sudden things happen. You round a corner and thrust the rib of your umbrella into the eye of your old friend from Kenosha, Wisconsin. You stroll out to pluck a sweet William in the park, and lo, bandits attack you. You stand in the bread line, marry an heiress, and take out your laundry, all seemingly in the wink of an eye. You travel the streets, and a finger beckons to you. A handkerchief.
Oh, Orson. Orson.
You travel the streets, and a finger beckons to you, and a handkerchief is dropped for you.
Oh, Orson.
A handkerchief is dropped for you. A brick is dropped upon you. The elevator cable or your bank breaks a table d'hote, or your wife disagrees with you, and fate tosses you about like cork crumbs in wine opened by an unfeed waiter. The city...
Orson.
What is it, Jack?
I've only been here 1 minute, and he's discussed it already. Never mind.
The city is a sprightly youngster, and you are red paint on its toy, and you get licked off. Of such red paint is our story's hero. Now aboard a fast train, speeding through the night towards this greatest of cities, this Baghdad. Down the aisle of a parlor car, a candy butcher is just wending his way.
All right. Oh, now, wait a minute, Orson. Just 1 minute.
What is it, Jack?
If you think I came all the way over here to play the part of a candy butcher, you're nuts.
You're not playing the candy butcher, Jack. I play the candy butcher.
Oh, pardon me. What am I playing?
Jack, you're playing the leading man.
Oh, Oh.
You're the love interest.
Oh, the love interest?
Yes.
Ah, I see. I'm the leading man, huh? Well, what am I beefing about? Let's get going.
Magazines? Candy, cigarettes, or magazine, miss?
No, thank you.
Candy?
No, thank you.
Candy, mister?
You got me Tootsie Wootsie rolls?
I sure have.
How much are they?
15 cents apiece. How many?
15 cents for Tootsie Wootsie rolls? None.
Excuse me, mister. Didn't you ask me did I have a Tootsie Wootsie roll?
Yes.
And then you asked me how much?
I was just making conversation, that's all. Hey, now, wait a minute, Orson. Look, let's stop this right here. Look, Orson. No, wait. Look, Orson. I'm afraid this part doesn't fit me. It's not my character. I'm not a tightwad.
Well, Jack, you're an actor. Just throw yourself into it.
Oh, all right. Fine party gave me the play. I'll try.
Candy, cigarettes, magazines, newspapers, miss?
No, thank you.
Candy?
No, thank you.
Cigarettes, candy.
Oh, miss. Hey, miss, would you care to look at part of my newspaper?
Oh, thank you, but I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thought you might want to read.
No, thank you.
Well, we're due in New York at 10:03.
Yes, I know.
You got on in Hudson, didn't you?
Yes.
I seen you. Now, there's another thing, Orson. Look. Now, wait a minute. Orson, look. Now, Orson, no, 1 second. Wait a minute. Orson, look, I don't talk like that. I mean, I seen you. What is that I seen you? That's for Phil Harris. Not for me.
Now, look here, Jack.
Yes.
I can't tolerate any more interruptions. This is a legitimate program. You're playing a character. The character speaks ungrammatically. Miss Gordon, will you please continue?
Gee, what a tyrant.
Jack, let's start where we left off. It's your line, Jack. We're due in New York at 10:03.
All right.
Sound effect.
We're due in New York at 10:03.
Yes, I know.
You got on at Hudson, didn't you?
Yes.
I seen you. Seen you. You know, I've been on ever since Schenectady.
Really?
Yeah, that's where I work. I mean, where I did work, at the GE.
GE?
Yeah, General Electric. They call it the GE. That's where the plant is in Schenectady.
I've got a girlfriend from Schenectady.
Is that so?
She's in New York now, or at least she was the last time I heard of her. Grace Crowell.
Oh, I used to know a Mildred Crowell, but her name wasn't Grace.
This was Grace.
This was Mildred. I guess there's a difference, all right. You know, Mildred's brother was quite a billiard player. 3 cushions. Eddie, his name was.
That's my name, too. Well, of course, it isn't my real name. It's just my nickname. My real name is Edna.
Oh. His is Edward.
I often wonder what became of Grace. It's funny how we lose track of people. It's terrible, too, because if a person's got good friends, they ought to keep them.
I certainly got good ones. They showed that last night at the banquet.
Were you at a banquet?
I was the guest of honor.
How exciting.
You know, it was a farewell testimonial on account of me going to New York. And then this afternoon, 10 or 11 of the boys came down to the station, and Ernie Butler, that's a friend of mine, he had a hangover and bought me the seat in a parlor car. And he said it would be a disgrace for me to ride in a day coach with this new valise.
It's a lovely valise.
Yeah, they gave it to me at the banquet. It's got my initials. FDC. Frederick D. Stevens.
What's the D for?
Deductible. I was born March 15th. 5:10 a.m.
I like a man to have a middle name. Girls don't usually have them. I'm just plain Edna.
I wouldn't say plain.
Oh, you know how to make pretty speeches.
I bet you're used to them. You know, talking about speeches, you ought to heard the speech Carl Williams made when he gave me this valise. At the banquet, I mean. I guess I blushed all right.
I bet they were sorry to see you go. You look like the kind of a man men would like. And girls, too.
I don't go around much with girls.
I don't go much with men, either.
Neither do I. Yep, Carl sure made quite a speech, all right. He said the boys expected me to be the best songwriter in the country.
Is that what you are, a songwriter?
Not the music part, just the words. Lyrics, they're called. The words are called lyrics, I mean. Not the music, you know.
It must be wonderful to have a gift like that.
You know, that's what Benny Davis called it. A gift. I guess you heard of him. He's turned out 100 smash hits.
I guess I must have.
He wrote, Oh, How I Miss You Tonight. It was a song about how he missed his mother. He called her his old pal.
That's sweet.
Well, we happened to be playing in Schenectady and Vaudeville. He did, and I happened to meet him, and I happened to show him some of my lyrics. And he said a man like me with a songwriting gift like me was a sucker not to go to New York. And he gives me a letter of introduction to Paul Sears, the composer. He wrote Paprika. You remember Paprika? Paprika, paprika, the spice of my life. Paprika, paprika, the spice of my life. You remember?
I think so.
Now, believe me, when you write a song like Paprika, paprika, you don't ever have to worry again. You know, he's one of the most successful composers is Paul Sears. I bet you and he and me will turn out some hits together.
Are you going to be partners with him?
If he wants me to, and I guess he will when I show him Benny Davis's letter. That's the hard part, getting acquainted. I'd have broke away a long while ago, only from a sister. But she got married a week ago Saturday. She's always done everything for me. I mean, cooked my meals and sewed things for me.
Oh, I love to sew. It's too bad you're not my brother. Mr. Stevens, I don't want you to misjudge me.
You don't need to be scared of me, girlie. I treat all women like they were my sister. Till I find out different.
I bet you're a wonderful songwriter. No wonder your friends gave you that big dinner.
Yes, sir. It sure was some banquet, all right. I bet some of my pals got a headache today, all right. I feel terrible.
I hardly ever touch it myself, only once in a great while at a party.
Yeah, girls ought to lay off it entirely.
I never touch it.
You take some of those women in Schenectady, and they want to go out every night and guzzle. Married women, too. Either they get all dressed up and drag their husband to a dance or a card party every night, or either they lay around the house in a wrapper.
When I marry, I'll be just as careful of my appearance as I am now. I believe a husband appreciates a wife dressing up for him.
If it ain't too expensive.
The man I marry won't have any complaints. I make practically all my own clothes, and I hardly ever go out evenings.
No.
Personally, I prefer to stay home and read, or else just sit and dream. But still, I always bathe and change my clothes, even when I'm only going to cook dinner, no matter how hard I've been working.
You know, I think I'll take a room with a bathroom when I get to the hotel. I've only been to New York once before. That was with Carl Williams. He's the fellow that made that speech last night. That was the first time he's been away from home in the evening since he was married. He's got a wife and baby now.
Oh, I'm dying to have a baby.
Huh?
Oh, heavens, I didn't mean to say that.
It's nothing against a woman to like babies. Carl's wife sure likes hers. She's made him a nice home, too. He didn't have to buy hardly anything in the way of furniture. Her grandmother gave her a bedroom suit, and she bought the rest herself.
She must be a good deal like myself.
She bought it with money, she said, while she was working at Burger.
Things I've got.
Carl fixed it so she could quit 3 years after they were married.
I always thought a girl should be her husband something besides herself.
He thinks the world of her.
I even wouldn't mind
she got
going
her
on
job back last year.
Till my husband established himself.
Definitely. The girl I marry won't never have to work. I don't believe the Almighty ever meant for a woman to endure a life of drudgery.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, if only all men felt the same way. My, hasn't it got dark?
Naturally. It's 9:26.
It's been a shorter trip than usual for some reason. Gee, there's a moon out. I love the moon.
Yeah. June moon.
What?
I just said June moon.
It isn't June, it's October.
I know, but June and moon go together. They rhyme. I'm always thinking of words that rhyme even when I ain't working.
That'd be a catchy name, June Moon, for a song, I mean.
Sure, and you could get other words to rhyme with it, like spoon and croon and soon.
And Mary Soon or something.
And macaroon. I wish I had some. I'm hungry. You know, I thought when I got to New York I'd go and get something to eat someplace. Only I wouldn't know where to go.
Oh, I can tell you a place where I go once in a while. So most of the time I stay home and cook my own dinner just because I love to cook.
It'd be too late to cook tonight.
Yes, I guess it would.
Say, this place you're talking about, it ain't very expensive, is it?
Oh, no. The last time I went, there was 2 of us, and we had hot roast beef sandwiches and peas and coffee, and it only came to $1.20.
Well, that sounds all right. I guess we can each afford 60 cents.
That's for me. Hello, this is Paul Sears. Who? Fred Stevens. Oh, hello, Mr. Stevens. Welcome to our city. Where are you now? Well, you better hop in a taxi. It's quite a ways yet. That's it, Mr. Stevens. That's Mr. Stevens. That's the lyric writer I was telling you about, Lucille. He's from Schenectady.
Thank heavens he can't get that in a lyric.
I've been thinking maybe he and I could do something together, or I could get rid of Houseman. If Houseman gave me a new idea, I'd drop dead. But this fella's got a fresh slant.
Houseman would drop even deader if you gave him a new tune.
I gave him Paprika, didn't I?
That's so long ago, I don't see how you remember it.
Well, Hart made enough money out of it.
Everybody makes money but you.
This Stevens is a nice kid. Hope Hart likes him. Say, your sister's got a date with Hart. Why don't you keep it? It's 8:30.
Don't you worry about Eileen.
What about Hart and her anyway? If she's engaged to him, aren't they ever going to get married?
You'll know as soon as there's anything
if you ask me, she's tired of him already. Yeah, he'll wiggle off the hook some way. If you ask me, he's getting so tired of it, it's not as...
Listen, what makes you think so?
Oh, just because of the luck I'm running. If I ever marry again, it'll be a woman without a sister.
If the sister didn't have a sister, that's who I'd like to be. Either of them.
What time is it, Lucille?
Oh, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Do you want me to fix your evening dress, Eileen? Say, it's not going to last much longer.
I know it.
Why don't you shop around Monday and see if you can find something? I'd go with you if I had anything to shop with.
You wait till this new number gets over.
By that time, I'll only want a shawl.
Oh, it's Hart going to phone her, isn't he? It gets me crazy, this waiting. Oh, shut up, Paul.
Oh, all right.
I wouldn't mind waiting if there was something to wait for. I nearly go out of my mind just sitting. You hear women brag about the nice, cozy evenings they spend at home with their husband. They're not married to a piano tuner with 10 thumbs.
Hart said he'd call me the minute he got in. Maybe the train was late. He was in Philadelphia, you know.
I know, but they got phones there now, too. Wish there was something I could do tonight.
Why don't you go to a picture?
They charge admission.
You're a fool to keep it up. You ought to break away while you still got a chance.
That's easy to say. I haven't got any grounds.
You wouldn't need grounds. Just get him up in court and let the judge look at him.
And if I did leave him, do you know what'd happen? He'd write 10 smash hits in a week. That's my luck.
Who's that?
Oh, Maxie, I guess. Or maybe that lyric writer. Who? You know, that's coming to see Paul from Albany or someplace.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Maxie.
Hello, Lucille. Hello, Maxie.
Hi, kid. Well, everybody's staying at home on a Saturday night.
All nights are alike up here.
Look, I want the girls to hear that Montana number, Maxie. You know, the way it really sounds when it's played.
Okay.
Hey, he's going to play Montana number.
That's all right. I'll close the door.
Go ahead, Maxie. She don't know anything.
You know, I might have been a songwriter myself, but I got stuck on my own stuff. I wrote tunes nobody ever heard of before. They wouldn't stand for it. You know, that was a great idea of Houseman's writing a lyric about Montana. He's using up his ideas too fast. Montana Moon. He puts the state and the moon all in one song.
Are you going to play it?
Yeah.
Montana moonlight, as bright as moonlight. Oh, may its moonlight my way to you. I know you're lonely, my one and only, for I am lonely. It's lonely true. Solid, Maxie. Boy, ain't it great the way Maxie plays it?
I don't think Berlin will kill himself.
You know, Paul, I wouldn't count on this number too much if I was you. They were talking about it when I left the office. Hart and Goebel...
Who was talking?
Oh, hello, Eileen. I said Hart and Goebel were talking about Paul's new number.
You mean they were talking about it today?
Yeah.
What time?
I don't know, 5 o'clock.
Goebel and Hart both?
Yeah, why?
Oh.
What's the matter with Eileen?
Oh, that don't matter. What did they say about the song?
Right now, they don't want it.
If I don't deliver pretty soon, Maxie, they'll let me out. I guess this is Stevens. Who? Stevens, that lyric writer.
Hey, maybe he's just what you need.
Hello, Stevens. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Sears.
Put your hat and coat in the chair. This is Maxie. Mr. Schwartz, shake hands with Mr. Stevens.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Schwartz.
Hello, Stevens. And this is my wife. Dear, this is Mr. Stevens.
Are you, Mr. Stevens?
I'm all right.
Paul tells me you're a songwriter yourself.
Just the words.
Well, that's all Paul needs. That and the music.
Well, I just write the words. You know, I've always admired Mr. Sears ever since he wrote Paprika.
You've got a good memory.
Well, sir, I'm anxious to get started all right. Since I got to town, all I've done so far is spend money.
Spend money? Say, you are a stranger.
Sit down.
Thanks. Guess I'm a little late. I got off the subway station. There was an old woman there selling papers. So I stopped and talked to her because, well, I knew she must be somebody's mother.
A fresh slant.
I was right, too, because she told me she has 6 sons. I feel sorry for old women that has to earn their own living.
What do the boys do? Rent her the stand?
No, most of them are in a hospital, and 2 of them had their foot cut off.
She told me all about it, so I gave her a nickel.
You want to be careful in a place like New York.
Oh, boy, it's a great city, all right, all right. You know, today I took a ferry boat over to Statten's Island and back. It's an island. You have to take a ferry boat. But I suppose you've been there.
I go there a lot, just for the trip.
Oh. I seen the Goddess of Liberty, too. I mean the statue. It costs $1 million, weighs 225 tons.
She ought to cut out sweets.
Hey, Mrs. Sears, have you been through the Holland Tunnel?
No, I haven't.
Have you been through the Holland Tunnel, Mr. Sears?
No.
Have you been through the Holland Tunnel, Mr. Schwartz?
I've been waiting for somebody to go with.
I'll go with you.
Fine.
See, I want to go every place, so to get ideas for songs. I was telling Mr. Sears about one idea. I haven't got it written yet. It's a song about the traffic lights. Green for come ahead and red for stop. Maybe a comical song with a girl giving signals to her sweetheart with different colored lights in the window. A green light when it's all right for him to call.
And a red one when her husband's home.
No, this girl isn't married. I was thinking of another idea on the way up here. Maybe a song about how New York is all just one big symphony. You know, the noise of the subways and the taxis and the streetcars and the trucks and the newsboys. Nothing but noise. That's what New York is, the lyric would say.
That's all we need. A song with noise in the words, too.
Gee, and then there's the Hall of Fame up to Washington Heights. Gee, they got everybody up there. Washington, Lincoln, Longfellow. They got 24 of them. What do you call them, busts?
That's the place for you, Paul, dear.
No. Man's got to be dead for 25 years.
Well, that fits in.
Well, I gotta be going along. Wait, I want Stevens to show you one of those lyrics.
I gotta be downtown at 10.
Oh, come on, this won't take a minute. Come on, go ahead, Stevens.
Oh, I got lots of ideas, lots of them. But I told this one to a certain party, and this party seemed to think it was pretty good.
Let's hear it.
It's just the title.
What's the title?
June Moon. That's the title. June Moon. See, the verse will be about a fella that meets a girl in June, when there's a moon shining. And then something happened so that she went away. Or maybe he went away. Or maybe they both go away, I don't know. And then whenever he looks up at the moon after that, he thinks of her. Then in the second verse, she'll be doing the same thing for him.
That's fair enough.
I don't know, another moon song.
June, I got it.
June moon, how I wish you so-and-so. How I miss my so-and-so. Spoon. For heaven's sake, this would have taken Cole Porter months. I'm a genius.
Hello? No, this is Lucille. Just a minute. Eileen.
No, the idea came to me on the train. See, I just happened to be looking out of the window.
Hello.
And...
Oh, yes, Mr. Hart. Not at all, Mr. Hart. What train, Mr. Hart? Oh, nothing, Mr. Hart.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yes, I can imagine. It must have been terribly tiresome.
Wait a minute, Maxie, again.
Don't say anything now.
Oh, really? I thought you were leaving tomorrow. What time tonight? My, it must be important. Well, I won't have a chance to say goodbye before you go. Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's quite all right. Have a pleasant trip, Mr. Hart.
Mr. Stevens, this is my sister, Miss Fletcher.
Hello.
Glad to meet you, Miss Fletcher.
Thanks.
Mr. Stevens, the lyric writer. He's from Schenectady. He's been all over New York getting ideas for songs.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it fine, but it costs money to live here. Gosh, I had breakfast in a hotel this morning. It was 40 cents for salt, mackerel, mashed potatoes, and a cup of instant toast-'em. Imagine.
A few more breakfasts like that, and you won't have any money left.
I still got plenty.
Oh, really? Say, I'll bet you haven't been to any of the real places, have you? It takes a New Yorker to find those.
Well, I seen the Goddess of Liberty.
I mean the night places.
I seen it at night.
Oh, no. Restaurants.
Huh?
Mr. Stevens would love those, wouldn't he, Eileen?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we make up a party, the four of us, and show Mr. Stevens the town?
You mean tonight?
What do you say, Eileen? How about it?
Why, sure. I don't know why not. Sure.
Well, wait. It'll be great to go, all right. Only the trouble is I got another engagement.
Ah, you could put that off.
Of course you could.
Paul had another engagement, too. He broke it on your account. Didn't you, dear?
What?
We thought it'd be fun for the four of us to go out someplace, but Mr. Stevens doesn't want to.
Well, it ain't that I don't want to.
You know, you really ought to. Paul was just saying that what you needed was to go places where they do the latest numbers and hear what kind of songs are getting over. Isn't that what you were saying, Paul?
Sure.
Sure. Are we all set?
Well, gee, I like to go, all right, but I don't know on account of this other engagement.
Oh, but you could do something about that. You could go if you really wanted to. Don't you want to?
Well, maybe. Maybe I can get out of the party I was going with. But This engagement? I was going to take in a radio show.
Say, listen, I'll tip you off about that, Mr. Stevens. One thing about a radio show, you don't have to go to see it. You can always hear it on the air or turn it off.
Well, you know, in Schenectady, I listen to the radio all the time. And there's one guy I never miss. Gee, he's a scream. Fellow by the name of Jack Benny. You know, Benny. Jack Benny.
Oh, yeah. Jack Benny. Sure, I hear about him all the time on the Fred Allen program.
Fred Allen? Oh, I listen to him, too. Gee, that Fred Allen is sure funny, all right. He hands me a lot of laughs. But gosh, I don't know. He ain't got near the class that guy Benny has. What a comic.
Mr. Stevens, you can go to a radio show anytime. Wouldn't you rather hit the high spots with us tonight?
Well, I ain't dressed to go out. I mean, to some swell place.
We'll go where we don't have to dress. How about the orchard? Wouldn't Maxie be surprised to see the four of us stroll in?
Lucille and I'll go right in and get our things on.
But wait a minute. It's just that I didn't happen to bring enough money with me.
Oh, that's all right, Paul. Mr. Stevens can be the treasurer tonight, and you can fix it up with him later. Come on, let's hurry.
Say, Paul, she's a good looker, ain't she?
Who, Eileen?
Yeah. Does she live here with you all the time?
Well, I'd say she does.
Say, can I use your phone a minute?
Sure, do you want the book?
No, I know the number. Look, they were talking about the orchard. That ain't one of them expensive places, is it?
Nah, just about average.
Average is too expensive. Hello? Does Miss Edna Baker live there? Yeah. No kidding, Paul. What do you think it'd cost for the four of us? More than $6?
You got more than that with you, haven't you?
Well, no, don't call her to the phone. Just give her this message. Tell her Mr. Frederick D. Stevens, the songwriter, called and won't be able to make it tonight. He's all tied up. More than $6 for four people. Where are they going to take me? $6. I wish I was dead.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, produced by Orson Welles and starring Jack Benny. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of June Moon. You know, I think everybody will agree that this is the day of the expert, of the specialist in every field. Now, Campbell's have spent 41 years in the highly specialized field of soup making. Throughout all these years, every day has been soup making day at Campbell's. Every day a day devoted to marketing for the finest ingredients, to improving recipes and to acquiring skill in soup cookery. And I think after all these years it may be truly said that Campbell's know how to make soup. Certainly this is conceded by good home cooks everywhere. The moment they first taste Campbell's soups and discover their fine flavor and wholesomeness, they often say something like this: yes, these soups are really homelike. And so it is that more and more women are turning over the making of all their soups to Campbell's. Have you done so yet? If not, I invite you to try your family's favorite soups, one after another, as they're made in Campbell's kitchens. And if you will, I sincerely believe that you, too, will appoint Campbell's soup makers to your family from now on. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, starring Jack Benny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the city. In the big city, there are those who go their ways making money without turning to the right or...
Hey, Orson. Orson.
What is it, Jack?
How am I doing, Orson? I mean, in this part I'm playing, is my characterization vivid and sincere enough?
Jack, what's the difference?
What's the difference? He's lucky I'm not temperamental. I'd stomp right out of this studio. Hello, Maxie. Ain't Mr. Hart come in yet?
Not yet, Jack.
Oh.
Jack, I have to set the scene.
Oh, pardon me.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen. In the big city, there are those who go their ways without turning to the right or left.
That guy burns me up.
But there is a tribe wonderfully composed, like the Martians, solely of eyes and the means of locomotion.
Thinks he has such a beautiful speaking voice.
Of such as these are the slaves of a great music publisher. Lifeless but undead, they woo the muse in the offices of Goebbels and Hart just off Broadway. Here in a dozen little cubicles at a dozen hopeful but patient pianos are manufactured those hymns of love, those ragtime rigadoons.
Rigadoons?
That great melody to which a nation dances year after year. Usually the same melody.
Hello, Maxie. Hey, Mr. Hart come in yet? Not yet. Gosh, we used to meet him at 4. Here it is at 4:22.
Well, this is his first day back in town. I guess he's got a lot to do.
Paul's coming right away. We want to play the song once before Mr. Hart hears it. Gosh, I wish I'd have known Mr. Hart was going to be late. I could have slept some more. I had to get up at 12.
It must be tough after working for the General Electric where a man's hours is practically his own.
No, I had to be on the job at 8 there every morning. Say, Maxie, how much money do you think a fellow ought to be making before he could get married? In New York, I mean.
It depends on the girl.
You know, Maxie, I'm getting a new suit. Miss Fletcher took me.
Is that so?
It's blue serge with hair-bone stripes. He took my measures all over, like I was a fighter. I'm 38 inches around my chest and 33 around my stomach, and I forget my thigh. Anyway, he's got it all wrote down.
I must get a copy.
You know, Maxie, if they like June Moon, I'm going to get an evening dinner coat with a tuxedo. I've been wearing an old suit of Paul's, but it's too big. Miss Fletcher says it would hold 2 like me.
There couldn't be 2.
She was just joking.
Oh, I see.
Gee, I wonder what my friends in Schenectady would say if they could see me now.
I hate to think.
I didn't know nothing when I lived there. Even the first few weeks I was in New York, I was kind of a sap. Awful knave. I went sightseeing to places like the Aquarium, Grant's Tomb, and the Central Park Animal Zoo. Can you imagine? Gee, a little friend of mine, she took me around, and I thought I was seeing New York. She didn't know no better either.
What's become of her? Did she go home?
No, she lives here. She works for a dentist. I must call her up sometime and see how she's getting along. Only I guess maybe I'll wait now till I need a filling or something. She could probably get me a price.
Hello, Fred. Hart here yet?
Oh, hello, Paul. No, he ain't showed up yet. We just got time to run through the song before he gets here.
Are you ready, Maxie? Oh, sure.
Drop it a tone, will you, Maxie?
Okay.
It's too high for me. I can't.
How's that?
That's better. Put a lot of schmaltz in this, will you? June moon shining above, will my true love come soon? Nancy, put feeling into it. June moon, I am so blue. I know that you long for her to... 40, Maxie, 40. Now, pianissimo again. Sweet night bird, winging aloft, singing a song, love tune. Now, Fort, Maxie, Fort. Tell her to come to me here, to me and her dear June moo hoo hoo hoo.
Solid, Fred, solid.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Huh?
You got an audience.
Edna.
Hello.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you. This is Miss Baker, everybody. This little girl I was telling you about. The one that works for the dentist.
How do you do, Miss Baker?
Hello. I hated to come down to your office, Fred. I'm afraid you're busy.
We was just polishing up my new number, June Moon.
Did you like the melody?
Oh, I loved it. And I love Fred's words. I think everybody will. Oh, but I don't want to interrupt. Maybe I'd better
No. We'll go. You stay right here.
But look, if Mr. Hart comes
Paul
in...
and I will be in my room. Goodbye, Miss Baker.
Goodbye, everybody. Hello, Fred.
Hello.
There's nobody here, Fred.
Huh?
Nobody's looking.
Well, of course nobody's looking. If nobody's here, that means nobody's looking. Naturally. My goodness.
Fred, what's been the matter?
Nothing's the matter, Edna. I've just been busy, that's all. I was going to call you as soon as I wasn't busy.
I thought maybe you were sick or something.
Yeah.
I tried to call you up 2 mornings. I'm in at your hotel, and they said you couldn't be waked up before 1 o'clock, I think it was.
That's only because I've been up late the night before working. We got the song all finished, ain't we?
Oh, it's beautiful. I had no idea it would turn out so beautiful. It's beautiful.
You said it. And when it's published, I'll make them put your name on the cover. Dictated to Miss Edna Baker. How's that?
Oh, Fred, I'd love that. But I'd love something else better.
What's that?
Fred, it's been 2 Sundays since we went anywhere together. Remember the day we took our lunch and went over to the Palisades all day? And then we were going again the next Sunday, only we didn't. I remembered that Sunday.
It's silly to remember a Sunday you didn't go someplace. Well, every Sunday you don't go someplace. I mean, someplace you don't go to. I don't know what I mean.
But what have you been doing, Fred?
Well, you have to go around places and keep in contact with the other boys.
You mean nightclubs?
Some of them.
Just you and Mr. Sears?
Well, Paul's wife, Mrs. Sears.
Doesn't anybody else go along to sort of even up the party?
Well, nobody you know. I hardly know her myself. She just comes along because she's Lucille's sister and lives there.
Oh.
Can't leave her alone by herself. She's timid.
Didn't you ever tell her about me?
Well, you see, it's only business. There's nothing like that come up. She isn't nosy.
A girl like she's probably got lots of beautiful clothes. She probably makes little me look like nothing.
No, that part don't matter. Wouldn't make no difference to me if she had all the clothes in the world. Or if she was bare, either.
Doesn't it cost an awful lot of money when you go around to all these places?
Costs a lot of money.
Fred, are you going to be busy tonight, Fred, after they hear the song?
Sure, I got to work with Paul.
Well, then before that, after Mr. Hart hears it. Oh, Fred, couldn't I stay and hear it too, Fred?
Oh, no, Eddie. When Mr. Hart hearing a new number, he can't have nobody around. He's got to concentrate on what he's doing.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. You wait in the reception room or somewhere, and the minute he hears the song, I'll come and tell you what he says.
Oh, Fred, that's grand. And then can we go somewhere for a little while, have a soda or something?
I guess so. There's a place around the corner you can get nickel sodas. You can hardly tell them from the dime ones.
Oh, Fred, I'm so
Of course, you only get one straw.
You
It's just a matter of
bit.
price.
I mean, you do care whether you see me?
Of course I do. Sure, certainly.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, Mr. Hart. Mr. Hart.
What?
We've been waiting for you. We're all ready.
Ready with what?
That new number. We'll go through it if you'll wait a minute.
What number?
June Moon, the number I wrote with Paul Sears. I'll get Maxie. We'll run through it for you. Say, Edna, if you go into one of them other
Oh,
offices...
all right, dear. I can wait happy now.
Yeah, wait in that reception over there. There's a good place.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
No, not that door. Gee, can't you read? Now, Mr. Hart. Where'd he go? Mr. Hart. Mr. Hart.
Why, Freddie.
Hello, Fred.
Oh, hello, girls. What are you doing down here, Eileen?
Lucille and I came down to bring you luck.
Yeah, I'm a born rabbit's foot.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Hart.
Yeah, well, I didn't know we had visitors. Hello, Lucille.
Hello?
This is Miss Fletcher, Mr. Hart. Miss Fletcher's Paul's sister-in-law.
Yeah. I've already met Miss Fletcher.
Yeah,
Mr. Hart's been off on a trip, Eileen.
that's very interesting.
Are you ready for our song now, Mr. Hart? I mean, June Moon?
I guess so. Come on, Stephen.
Oh, wait till you get a load of this song. I mean the words.
Eileen, what are you going to do about Stevens? He's going to be kind of a nuisance with Hart back.
I can handle him. He's so far gone you can tell him anything.
I wonder if that song is any good. All of Paul's stuff sounds just alike to me.
Well, maybe Stephen's lyrics are just silly enough to get over. I got kind of a hunch they are.
Even if they buy it, it won't mean anything to us. Paul's so far ahead of his royalties, they'll never catch up. He could write Madam Butterfly, and it wouldn't even get me a new step in.
Why don't you do something, Lucille?
Maybe I am.
You are? What?
Oh, I don't know. Nothing, maybe. Only, remember Ed Knowlton?
Yeah, what about him?
I ran into him Friday on Madison Avenue.
Well?
Still likes me, and I like him.
Has he got any money?
He makes a lot, but he spends it.
If he likes you, that's not a fatal drawback.
He likes me, all right.
Well, don't tell me you aren't going to do anything about it.
Oh, I don't know what to do. Ed's nice. The things he says, they make me feel young again. And it's such a relief to just talk to a man that hates music.
Listen, if you don't do this...
Hey, girls, what do you know? They're crazy about it. They're going to take it. They've took it.
Come in.
Mr. Schwartz, do you know if Mr. Hart heard Mr. Stevens' song yet? I mean, June Moon.
Yes, Miss Baker, he did.
Was it all right? Did he like it?
He took it.
Where is he? Still in there?
Not anymore. They've all gone.
They?
Yes, Mr. Sears and his wife and his sister and Fred. They went out just a couple of minutes ago.
Oh. Oh, thank you very much.
And now for the tune that's still in first place on our hit parade for the 16th consecutive week, June Moon.
Oh, June Moon. If I hear that ridiculous song again, I'll scream.
What's ridiculous about 16 weeks on a hit parade?
Well, it doesn't mean anything to us, does it? We still haven't any money.
That dress is new, ain't it?
Don't you think it's about time?
How much was it?
It won't come due for a while. I may take care of it myself.
I can take care of it if it ain't too soon.
I gotta go on out. Eileen's waiting.
Hold on. That's what I want to talk to you about.
What?
About her and Fred.
Oh.
She's got him so he can hardly work at all. I don't know when we're going to finish the new numbers.
Of course you can finish them.
But marrying him and taking him off on this trip, it's going to cost him $1 million. And just when we're beginning to work together good.
You can write other numbers while he's gone.
Don't you think they ought to go ahead and get married? No, they shouldn't. He's a nice guy. Oh, I've got to kind of like him myself.
Well, what of it? Eileen's a nice girl.
Oh, you know what I mean. Isn't it kind of a dirty trick? I mean, after the way Eileen... Well, the way she and Hart and everything...
Oh, you ought to have more sense.
Oh, just the same, I don't feel right about it. And the way she's throwing his money around, just like it was confetti. Spending every nickel she can get on herself. Clothes.
You can't go to Europe in a life belt.
Don't you know what she spent yesterday afternoon, just in one day? Close to $400. Fred pretty near cried when he told me. And I don't blame him. He's a nice kid.
She doesn't spend that every day.
Well, she shouldn't have spent it at all. And you should have thought that she didn't spend it.
Well, how could I stop her? I wasn't there.
Oh, yes, you were. You were with her all afternoon. You said you were.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the day before.
It was Sunday the day before.
Yeah, I just got mixed up, that's all.
Anyhow, something ought to be done about it. She's got him in debt enough.
Life is a game. We are but players, playing the best we know how. Yeah, that's good. Playing the best we know how. Come in. Sometimes we shoot a 7. Sometimes 11. But oft times it's boxcars for us.
Well, Fred,
Oft times... What do you want? Can't you see I'm composing?
did you ask Hart about that advance?
He's advanced me so many advances already in advance. Gee.
But, sweetheart, you promised.
All right. But I gotta find Paul now. He's waiting for me.
Oh, don't go to work yet. You never have any time for me. You don't realize I want to be loved once in a while.
Loved once in a while. I held your hand in the taxi, didn't I? What do you want?
Just think, only 3 more days till we belong to each other.
It's 4, ain't it?
4 till we sail. Only 3 till we get married. And don't forget, you're to ask Hart for $1,000 advance.
I've borrowed $3,500 on June Moon already. Maybe more than my royalties will amount to altogether.
Don't be ridiculous. That number will still be selling when you're dead.
I won't care so much then.
Oh, Fred, your children will. Don't you want children, Freddie?
I don't get along with them very good.
You would with your own.
No, I figure I'd get along better with other people. Because they'd go home once in a while.
We needn't think of that now. Let's just think of you and me, all alone on that big boat.
We won't be alone. The fellow said it'd be pretty near full.
But we don't have to see anybody. A bride and groom don't generally go around much. They're supposed to be so awfully in love.
I hope the dining room won't be crowded.
They'll serve us in our cabin.
It'd be kind of cramped. Maybe I could go in the dining room and order your meal sent up.
And leave me all alone? I'd be scared to death.
Look, it's just as dangerous in the dining room as the bedroom. If the ship sinks pretty near, all the rooms will be underwater.
Let's not think about such things. Just think of the pleasant side. London, Paris. Oh, I'm glad we're going to Paris first, so I can get some clothes.
Clothes? What have you been buying?
Well, they're all right for the ship, dear, but not the Riviera. Don't you want to be proud of me? Don't you want to be proud of the way I look?
Well, if you're going to stay in your cabin all the time, you won't eat nothing but a Mother Hubbard.
Well, all ready for the big trip?
Hello, Maxie.
The boat sails Saturday.
I don't know what you want to go to Europe for.
Why not?
Well, because he's never been there before. A songwriter never goes anywhere for the first time. They're always going back to places. Back to Indiana, back to Baltimore.
Fred, are you going to talk to Mr. Hart?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Mr. Hart.
Well, this would be a good time. And let me know what he says. I'll be outside.
I'd like to be going back to Schenectady. But Eileen's got her heart set on Europe.
I hear it's quite a place.
Yeah, I guess so. I was kind of excited about it at first, but now, I don't know. Kind of tired, I guess, the way we've been going it lately. I'm kind of behind on my sleep.
But you've been having a lot of fun, all those nightclubs.
I did at first, dancing and everything. But now my feet's so sore, I have to take a bath every day. Might as well take a whole bath as just your feet. They ache so I can't sleep in them. If I don't get some rest soon, I'll have a nervous breakup. And everything costs so much. Eileen wants to take a taxi. She's going in the other room.
You sure picked out a thrifty little girl.
I kind of get thinking sometimes, maybe a man like I that's just breaking in, maybe he shouldn't get married so soon. Especially a woman's got to have so many clothes. Sometimes I think it'd be better if I hadn't got engaged.
I read a case once in Michigan where a man was engaged to a girl and didn't marry her.
I didn't read that. Have you got the clippings?
No, but my memory's pretty good. For instance, I remember a nice little girl that was here to see you one time. I even remember her name, Miss Baker.
Maxie, you haven't seen her or anything, have you?
Me? No. Why?
I guess I shouldn't be thinking of her at a time like this.
Are you?
I don't know, sometimes. Oh, I'm going to my office. I got to do some work. Ever since I broke my dime bank, everything's been so complicated. Life is a game. We are but players. Playing the best we know. Sometimes a full house greets us. Sometimes a broken flush meets us. And oft times... Why don't you... Oh, hello, Eddie.
Hello.
Hey, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm glad to see you, Eddie.
I'm glad to see you too, Fred. I'm glad you're well and that you're going to be happy.
Eddie, I've been having the insomnias about you. I've been waking up in the morning thinking about you.
Are you waking up in the morning again, Fred?
Gee, we used to have a lot of fun together. Remember that day in Van Cortlandt Park when I lost my watch and that little boy found it?
You gave him a nickel.
I gave him a dime. And he said, keep it and buy your wife a radio set. He thought we was married.
I remember.
He was embarrassed, all right.
Any girl would.
And then coming back, we forgot to change to 72nd Street. That is, you forgot. I didn't know any better.
I just wasn't thinking.
We had to go all the way down to Times Square. You remember, that's when we saw the flea circus.
You said one of the police reminded you of a man in Schenectady.
Yeah, Perry Robinson. He always walked like he just picked up a nail. Eddie, have you heard anything about me?
I heard you were going to be married, Fred. I should have congratulated you.
Thanks. Say, Eddie, wait here a minute, will you?
Where are you going, Fred?
You congratulating me made me think of something.
What, Fred?
I got to go see my intended-to-be fiancé. Eileen?
Yes, Freddie?
I got to tell you something.
What is it, Freddie?
I don't want to get married. I mean you and I, and don't call me Freddie. That's all.
Do you know what you're saying?
I shouldn't have never got engaged. I didn't realize.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. Why didn't you wait till we got to the altar?
Why wait? I know it now.
I see. And you think all you have to do is tell me, and that settles it. Well, it doesn't work quite that way. I'll sue that girl for alienation.
You can't. She was born right here in New York State. Oh, there.
Well, what would you think of a man that made a girl love him when she was already engaged and then threw her over? Do you think that would be honorable?
A man like that is a rat.
I was talking to you.
You didn't tell me.
Well, I'm telling you now, Fred Stevens. I'm the girl you're engaged to, and I'm the girl you're going to marry.
Now, look, Eileen.
Hello, Fred. Am I interrupting?
No. I was just going. See you later, Freddie.
What's the matter? Been fighting?
Ain't anything the matter.
Well, I just thought maybe we might get together on some of those songs this afternoon.
I can't. I got to go to the French passport place.
I thought you went there yesterday.
It would have been cheaper. Told you I went with Eileen while she was shopping.
You must have had a swell time running around with two women all yesterday afternoon.
What two women?
Her and Lucille.
Lucille wasn't along, just I and Eileen.
Yesterday?
Yeah, we were together from 1 till 5:30. Why?
Didn't Lucille ever meet you during the afternoon?
No, why?
Paul, Eileen and I are going out to lunch. Want to come along?
Lucille, I want to talk to you.
What about?
Where were you yesterday afternoon?
I was out.
I said, where were you?
Do I have to report all my movements?
You do, and I catch a line. Where were you?
I had an engagement. It was with an old friend of mine, and I thought you mightn't want me to do it, and so I told you I was with Eileen.
Holy mackerel.
I know it was silly of me, Paul. I was going to tell you later, wasn't I, Eileen?
Yes, she was going to tell you tonight. She told me so.
Where did you go yesterday afternoon with this fella?
Fella? Gee.
We went to a matinee.
On a Monday?
We went to the Roxy.
Who was there? On the stage show?
I don't see what difference that makes.
You dirty, lying, double-crosser.
Hey, my goodness.
That's not true.
You keep still, Eileen. Listen, Paul, did you think I was going to wait around forever for you to give me the things I wanted?
Holy smokes, Lucille. You mean to say that when you were married to Paul, you went out with a fella? Eileen, you must have known she was doing it.
Known she was doing it? She put her up to it.
That's not true.
No? Well, listen to this. I'll tell you something that is true.
Don't you believe him, Fred?
I will if I want to.
Eileen told you she was engaged to be married. Well, she wasn't. She was Hart's girl, and he kicked her out, and that's the only reason she took up with you.
Why, that's the Badger game. Eileen, you're nothing but a badger. That's what you are.
Come on, Lucia, let's get out of here. I'm sick of looking at these Tin Pan Alley hats.
I'm coming, Eileen. Good God.
And you're a Badger sister. Hey, Eddie. Excuse me, Maxie.
What is it, Fred?
I don't have to marry her. Paul told me everything.
Congratulations.
Look, Eddie, I still got the tickets for the boat, and it says Frederick D. Stevens and wife. I wonder if the steamship people allow you to change your wife.
Yes, if you don't do it in midstream.
If your wife is the right kind, she won't let you take her on an expensive trip. She'll make you put everything into a home. Oh, I don't mean a big home. Just a little bungalow would do.
A bungalow? Bungalow. A bungalow for two. Gee, that would be a great title for a song.
And I've got a great tune.
Bungalow, I love you. Bungalow for two. Gee, the words are great, aren't they? But the tune's no good. It'll never go. Why can't I get somebody to write tunes for me? A bungalow, I love you.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, produced by Orson Welles and starring Jack Benny. Mr. Welles and our guest star will be back with us in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to leave just this thought with the mothers listening. When your children come home at noon for lunch, why not give them bowls of Campbell's chicken soup now and then? Children love chicken, and they'll enjoy the flavor of chicken in every gleaming drop of this good chicken soup, along with fluffy rice and tender chicken meat. Now, perhaps your children take their lunch to school. In that case, why not fill a thermos bottle with good hot chicken soup and let them take it along as their needed hot dish? Try it, and see if they don't ask for it often. Because just as sure as they like chicken, they'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, our producer and star of the Campbell Playhouse, Mr. Orson Welles.
June Moon, ladies and gentlemen, June Moon, the play which you've just heard, written by Ring Lardner and George S. Kaufman, was one of the greatest comedy successes that Broadway has ever known. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen...
Orson.
I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that Jack Benny, despite what any of you may think, genuinely did his best tonight, and we're very grateful to him for his efforts.
Well, thanks, Orson.
Quite all right. The part of Fred Stevens, the songwriter, is generally not regarded as a difficult one. But tonight we happen to have with us a man who makes mountains out of molehills.
Well, thanks.
Quite all right.
Orson, thanks. I don't... I think that called for a thanks.
Yes, it is.
I didn't know.
Right.
You know, I don't often do legitimate plays like this.
No, you don't.
No. Oh, you could sort of feel that.
Yeah, it came to me.
Okay. While I was playing it?
While you were reading your own...
I didn't know. Now where am I? Oh, yeah, here I am. You know, I don't often do legitimate plays like this. I'd love to get just one line out.
All right. Sorry, Jack.
You drive a guy nuts. I'm not kidding. Wait a minute. You want to know something?
Yeah.
You look better with the beard. No, Orson, look, I don't often do legitimate plays like this, and naturally it was quite a strain for me. But do you really think I gave a good performance?
Well, Jack, if you're referring to those people that left in the middle of the broadcast, they probably had to go home early anyway.
Oh, I wasn't worrying about them. It was the people that stayed. They looked like they wanted to go home, but their feet hurt. You know, Orson, I enjoyed playing that part, but it still didn't have the dramatic quality that will get me an Academy Award. You see, Orson, that's what I'm after, the Academy Award. I want that statue.
Well, don't get excited, Jack. There's no rush. Take your time.
Take my time? Orson, I'm not a kid anymore. I've either got to win it in the next few years or go through the hereafter muttering to myself.
I don't know what you're driving at, Jack.
Well, look, Orson, last week I did the Hunchback of Notre Dame. This week I did June Moon. Now, what I want to know is, when can I play Hamlet? Maybe you didn't hear me, Orson. When can I play Hamlet?
I heard you, and I'm thinking.
Oh. Well, maybe I am a little too anxious, and I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate all these dramatic lessons you've been giving me, but, gee, Shakespeare, that's my goal. That's my ambition. Listen, Orson. I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
That's not Shakespeare. That's from the Count of Monte Cristo, Jack.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, well, then let's do that. What are we waiting for?
All right, Jack. If that's what you want, I'll start giving you lessons on it tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Jack Benny and the Count of Monte Cristo. So long, Orson. I want to run over to the Owl Drugstore and tell the boys about this. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, the character of Frederick Stevens was sustained tonight by Jack Benny. Other characters were also sustained by Benny Rubin and Gus Schilling, for instance, who were Maxie and Paul in the order named. Bea Benaderet was Lucille, Lee Patrick was Eileen, Virginia Gordon was Edna, and the Candy Butcher, a little jewel of its kind. Candy Butcher. You may remember the Candy Butcher way back there in the first scene. Need I say, fans, that the Candy Butcher was your obedient servant. I had conceived of the Candy Butcher as the part most suitable for our guest of the evening. I had another part in mind for myself. Jack Benny didn't think he was right for the Candy Butcher. I don't know why, I just didn't think he was right. As a matter of fact, there has been some talk that Jack Benny was going to play Rochester in Jane Eyre. This is a lie. We're doing Jane Eyre, all right, and I'm playing Rochester. And not the Rochester that first comes to mind. I mean Miss Bronte's Rochester, not Mr. Benny's. Miss Bronte's Rochester neither dances nor sings. And if any of you people would be interested in hearing me play a part again, please tune in. That other faction had better be warned that Rochester is present in several sequences in next week's romance. And romance it is, too. Jane Eyre, quite seriously, is next week's story, and it's one of the really fine, really moving romances in all literature. We're genuinely thrilled at the prospect of doing Jane Eyre for you. We're very proud indeed to announce as our guest for the name part an old friend and very gifted actress, Miss Madeleine Carroll. Till next Sunday night in Jane Eyre with Madeleine Carroll, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours. The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Jane Eyre with Madeleine Carroll as our guest. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Chevrolet Program, starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Charlie's Home. Throughout the United States, a series of big, colorful posters are going up on the billboards, reading, "Every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet." Watch for these new signs, my friends, and bear in mind when you see them, they're signs of better times. They're signs of bigger business for the world's largest builder of motor cars. Also, they're sure signs that the one best buy in the low-price field must be Chevrolet. America certainly wouldn't buy Chevrolets at the astonishing rate of one every minute unless Chevrolet were the one best buy at its price. And that's exactly what it is. The only car in its field with a Fisher body. The only one with Fisher no-draft ventilation, with a cushion-balanced engine mounting, with a time-proved six-cylinder power plant, a starterator, an octane selector, and no other full-size car in the world is so economical on gas and oil and upkeep, or so dependable. In view of all these things, do you wonder why, every minute, someone buys a new Chevrolet? And now, Jack Benny.
Hello, some more. This is your New York correspondent, Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Weekly Watch. The news that brings out all the dirt. Okay, Frank, let's go. Thank you. Chicago, Illinois. World's Fair gets off to a good start with many notables arriving daily to represent their respective countries. Sam Insull will represent Greece. Jimmy Walker will represent France. And Black's Orchestra will represent Russia. Scotland sends Harry Lauder, C.O.D.
Jack, another wire just came.
All right, what is it, Mary? Quick.
World's Fair, Chicago. Molly and Dietrich just arrived representing Pennsylvania.
Mary, go away, will you, please? Bombay, India. More Gandhi news. Mahatma Gandhi finishes 21-day fast and is now wearing a cigar band. When last seen, he was mistaken for a panatella. Babylon, Long Island. Man and wife discovered here with 16 children. Stork found dead on stoop. Overworked, you know. Special cable dispatch. Frank Buck and Jimmy Walker will sail for America shortly. Buck will bring them back alive, and Walker will bring them back a wife. Glasgow, Scotland. Harry Lauder also sailing for America. Local citizens give him big blowout by putting tack in his rear tire. Pretty good for Scotland. And now, folks, we have also added a want ad column to our paper as we cannot exist on circulation alone. So take down these addresses if you are interested. Traveling salesman wanted. Must be familiar with traveling, salesmanship, farmers, and farmers' daughters. Address Box 482, this paper. Wanted 30 chorus girls. Apply Minsky Theater, New York. Wanted 3 more chorus girls. Apply to Melton, Black, and Benny. Got you in on this, Frankie. For sale, baby grand piano by lady with electric attachment. There. Girls wanted to knit sweaters for Katz, Broomberg, and Riley. The boys must be cold. Woman 55 will trade a Pekingese dog and a canary for slightly used husband. Realizes mistake. Address RFD 4, Pump Handle, Ohio. Female help wanted. Good secretary. If good looking, don't have to be so good.
Jack, can I read one now?
Go ahead, Mary.
Wanted. Good master of ceremonies for Chevrolet Program.
Graham. Wanted. Howard Claney to say something about Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. We'll find that Chevrolet saves you on oil, gas...
Play, Frank. Don't wait for this. Play. Don't wait. Play, Frank. thank you. That was My Darling from the Vanities, played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen... we continue with our penthouse murder that was started last Friday. You all remember our terrible murder mystery last week? Well, it's terrible this week, too. Who killed Mr. X? You remember, folks? Mr. X was killed in his penthouse a week ago tonight between 8 o'clock and the bathroom. And the only clue found was a hot dog running away from a stand in Coney Island. You may also remember that during the trial, we were unable to place the guilt where it belonged. Darbo had to go home, Mae West had a date, and the other prisoners were not interested. So it still remains a horrible, unsolved mystery. Who killed Mr. X? I said, who killed Mr. X? Oh, pardon me. Watch those cues. Now, what could have been the motive for this crime? Let us analyze it. Mr. X was the landlord of 3 apartment houses, so you see he had no enemies. He lost every cent in the market, his wife was pressing him for back alimony, and he had incurable rheumatism, so there was no reason for suicide. Now, what was it?
How old was he, Jack?
95.
Then he did not die of old age.
Neither will you, Mary.
What did he have to suffer the night of the crime?
Liver.
Then it couldn't have been a heart attack.
No, Mary, it couldn't. A pipe was pulled out of his mouth, and he was examined carefully.
What kind of a pipe?
A gas pipe.
Oh, well, a little gas never hurt anyone.
I know. Well, anyway, folks, we've had 2 detectives working on this case. Detective Nelson, you've been out on this case a week.
Yes, sir.
What have you found?
I found a place where you can get a sandwich and a glass of beer for a nickel.
Mary, take down the address, but that doesn't help solve the mystery. Detective Claney, what did you find?
I find that every minute of the day someone buys a Chevrolet.
Well, now we're getting someplace. After all, that's what we're here for. Did you find anything else, Claney?
Yes, but the Chevrolet has the Fisher nose-off ventilation.
That's great. Now all we have to find out is who killed Mr. X.
Jack, why not put it in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, who understands crime?
You're right, Mary. We'll get Sherlock Holmes, the man who sees all, knows all, and plays the fiddle.
Hey, Jack, wait a minute.
Yes, Jimmy?
I hate to interrupt your mystery, but do you mind if I sing my song now?
Oh, no, pardon me, Jimmy. Go right ahead. What are you going to sing?
Frank Playhouse, Prostituta Serenade.
I know that, Jimmy. I just couldn't pronounce it. Play, Frank, please.
In the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright, and the world at last is fast asleep, every creature goes to rest in his cozy little nest, just his very own to keep. There's a little nest of mine, of a starry blue divine, such a little home was never known. If a parent at a bound, waiting for the magic hour, glorified with you, and through your love alone. My little nest of heavenly blue, I'm lonesome here when far from you. Each nook or corner, so cozy and sweet, needs only you to be complete. Fragrant floats upon the air, the spell of love is everywhere. For my life would be lonely and blue if I could never find in my little land of heavenly blue. I shall never fret or pine, for someday you will be mine. Dreams will all come true for me.
Serenade, sung by James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our mystery and take you to the residence of Sherlock Holmes.
A 7:15. Only one more hour until 7:15.
And just an hour ago, it was 6:15.
What a strange world. Answer that, Mary. I'm not in.
Hello? Hello? You want to speak to Sherlock Holmes? Yes, this is Sherlock's home, but Sherlock isn't home. He's working on a case right now. Yes, he's on his last bottle.
What is it, Mary?
It's about that penthouse murder of Mr. X. They want you to start working on it at once.
Oh, yes. I was expecting that case. Tell him I'll take it.
Hello. Mr. Holmes just came in and said he'll take the case. Tell Mr. X not to worry. Goodbye.
Mary, call in Dr. Boston. We have work ahead of us.
Mr. Sherlock, I hate to ask you this, but can I draw 5 shillings for payday?
That's elementary, Mary.
I get it, Sherlock.
Sherlock to you. Call Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, the boss wants you.
Okay, I'm coming. Well, Sherlock, what's new?
Watson, we have much work ahead of us. By the way, you've been eating herring. Is that right?
Sure. But tell me, Sherlock, how did you know it?
That's elementary, Watson. Besides, I can smell it.
Sherlock, you're a genius.
Watson, you're a lip box. You know, Watson, you're really supposed to be an Englishman.
Well, I say, Mr. Holmes, I'll try, you know.
I like the other dialect better.
All right. What do you want?
Watson, we have a strange mystery to solve. Mr. X was killed in his penthouse, and we start working on the case today.
All right, but before we start, why don't you eat something? You're always working. Now, I just made some nice homemade soup.
What kind of soup?
I made some chicken, vegetable, and noodle. Which do you want?
Quick, Watson, the noodle. We leave, Watson. We leave for the Empire State Building in 10 minutes. The Empire State Building. Pack your bag and hand me my violin. I've got a lot of thinking to do. I must think.
They laughed when he picked up his violin, but when he started to play, they screamed.
Quiet, Mary. Quiet. I must think. Come, Watson. A thought just struck me. We must get to the Empire State Building in a jiffy.
Why in a jiffy? My Chevrolet will get us there just as sweet.
And much safer. At times, Watson, you show signs of intelligence.
You have just heard what these two famous detectives have said about the Chevrolet. It is quick, safe, and dependable.
That's elementary, Claney, and get out of my study. Come, Watson, we must hurry. And by midnight, we will find the murderer of Mr. X.
Sherlock, you're uncanny.
Watson, you're nuts. Come, let us away.
have just heard Playing with the Devil. And now we take you to the lobby of the Empire State Building, where we meet Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Tell me, Sherlock, why did you come here to the Empire State Building? What has this got to do with the murder of Mr. Hex?
Watson, I'm surprised at you. While playing the violin, I made the following deduction. Mr. X was killed by some gorilla here in New York. Do you follow me? A gorilla was seen climbing up the Empire State Building with a girl in the palm of his hand. And is at present on the tower.
How do you know?
I saw the picture. Now, if he could climb up a building the size of the Empire State, why couldn't he have climbed up that penthouse and killed Mr. X?
You mean the gorilla is King Kong?
Of course. Who else is covered with hair like that?
George Bernard Shaw.
Well, he didn't do it. Well, here's the elevator.
What floor, Captain?
We want to go to the tower.
That's the 102nd floor, boss.
Yes, I know that. When will we arrive?
Sunday night, sir.
You know, Sherlock, that elevator boy looks very suspicious and very friendly, too.
I think so. What's your name, son?
My name's Jim Milton, sir.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. He's our tenor, Watson. Say, Jimmy, I hate to ask you this, but did you kill Mr. X?
No, sir, Captain. I didn't kill him. I was a lady killer.
Quick, Watson, the needle.
Ow!
And cut out those jokes. Well, we have 2 days in this elevator. 2 days. I must keep my mind occupied. Hand me my saxophone. That was Stormy Weather, brought to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet Motor Company. 102nd floor, all out. Sunday got here quick. Now be careful, Watson, and very quiet. Very quiet. Please follow me around the edge of the roof. We must use our wits and trap him. This fellow King Kong is the biggest creature you have ever seen. He eats elephants like you eat salami.
With mustard?
That's elementary, Watson. Come, follow me. The drummer just dropped the cymbal. Frank, keep the boys quiet, will you? Just a moment. Watson, don't move.
It's so dark up here. Why didn't you come up here in the daytime?
Quiet. Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I'd sooner be behind you.
Watson, look. Look carefully. You see that figure standing there in the doorway?
Yes.
Look. Somebody is handing him some money.
Oh, that's Al Smith. He runs this building and he's collecting the rent. Hello, Al!
You're wrong again, Watson.
What is that, Sherlock?
That's King Kong. He's here, all right. Keep down, Watson. He mustn't see us.
Be careful, Sherlock. I think he sees us.
Grab him, Watson, and don't let him get away.
Thank you. Look, he's got the girl right in the palm of his hand. It looks like Mary Livingstone.
Wait. It is Mary. Mary, what are you doing there with King Kong?
There's something in his eyes that makes me realize he got me in the palm of his hand. The thrill of his caress.
Mary, we must rescue Mary from that roof. I'm not afraid of him. Hey, King Kong. What's the idea of climbing buildings and carrying women with you?
Well, it's always a sport, and I just love the fresh air.
Is that King Kong? I'll get him.
Wait, Watson. It may be a trick. Now, look here, Kong. You've been climbing buildings, dragging people out of their beds and murdering them. Did you climb up to the penthouse on Park Avenue and kill Mr. X?
No.
You lie. You did murder Mr. X. Why, you're big enough to eat him alive.
Well, I did have eggs for breakfast this morning.
Then you admit that you killed him.
No.
Take him away, Watson.
Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry. I can't play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Paul and Harry. Come up again sometime.
Well, it didn't take us long to get him, did it, Watson?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's me, the voice of the shadow.
What do you want?
You think you've got the murderer, Well, King Kong did not kill Mr. X. Then who did?
Mr. X was killed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this mystery will be continued next Friday night.
But there's no mystery about the Chevrolet motor car. It's the best buy in America today and the nation's choice.
Play, Frank.
Hear the figures, 445 FOB Factory, always think, my friends, of Chevrolet, of the new Chevrolet Standard 6, the car that made $445 famous, of the smart, fast-stepping Chevrolet that gave a new meaning to 445 by giving so many wonderful new features for that wonderful low price. A Fisher body, a big, comfortable interior, Fisher no-draft ventilation, safety plate windshield glass, an octane selector, a low-to-the-road chassis that rides smoothly and steadily, and a six-cylinder valve-and-head engine that's not only one of the snappiest on the road, but listen to this. Some Chevrolet Standard 6 owners report gasoline mileages as high as 26 miles to the gallon, and nearly all of them are getting between 18 and 24, depending on how they drive. So if you have a minimum of money to spend on a new car and want that money to do you the most good, to bring you the most fun and the greatest savings in return, save with a new Chevrolet Standard 6, the big General Motors value that made $445 famous.
Well, folks, this concludes our program for tonight. Be sure and listen in next Friday. Try and figure out for yourself who killed Mr. X.
Mary, hand me my violin. I must sing. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEOF, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis to sing, Seated in a small cafe, way down Trinidad way, I heard a small voice, I don't like him, gee, I don't like you. Do I like anyone? I don't, but I do like you. I don't like milk, spinach, I am done like you. I don't like anything that's good for me, but I do like you. Am I mad? No, just my attitude has always been very unconventional. Do I care? No, if you think I am strange, it is intentional. I don't like him, she, I am done like you. I think that I don't even like myself, maybe silly, but it's true. Baby, you're the one exception, I do like you. Baby, you're the one exception, 'cause I don't like him. She, I don't like too, but I do like you. I do! Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, April is awfully early in the year to be talking about summer vacations. And besides, Dennis Day has been working in Willoughby's drugstore for only 7 months. So imagine our young hero's surprise and delight when last night Mr. Willoughby offered him a summer vacation with pay. In fact, Dennis was so happy about it that he brought up the subject again the first thing this morning.
Gee, Mr. Willoughby, I thought all night long about my summer vacation.
Did you, Dennis?
Yes, sir. It's just wonderful of you to give me one when I've only been here such a short time. And I can't tell you how I'm looking forward to it.
Good.
I just know it'll be the nicest day of my whole life.
Well, I'm glad you're grateful, my boy, because there's a favor you could do for me in return.
Oh?
A problem has suddenly come into my life, and I want your help.
A difficult problem?
I'm coming to you with it, Dennis.
Gee, practically hopeless, huh?
Well, just possibly not. It concerns my own vacation, son. You see, my wife's old maid sister wants to take the missus and me with her on an ocean cruise to the West Indies.
Boy, on a boat?
Yes, she feels safer on one when she's in the middle of the ocean. However, I remembered my last sea trip. The third day out, I couldn't leave the cabin. I couldn't stand the sight of food. My face had turned green, and I wished I were dead.
Oh, you may have been seasick.
It's very possible. So I told my wife in no uncertain terms that I positively wouldn't go.
Uh-huh.
She argued with me, of course, but not for very long. You understand?
Yes, sir. When do you sail?
June 14th.
And now you want to get out of this cruise some way, huh?
That is my problem, my boy. Any ideas?
Well, let's see now. I read a book one time where a fellow went on a hunger strike because he didn't want to do something he was being forced to do.
Sounds a trifle drastic. Did it succeed?
Oh, sure. He never had to do it. He starved to death.
I don't think I care for that one.
Might be kind of a hollow victory, huh?
You know, it's amazing how I can come to you with a problem and immediately you manage to shed complete darkness on it.
Well, it was just an idea.
I know, but luckily I have a much better one of my own. Remember that imitation you do of an old man?
Oh, you mean...
Howdy, bub. Now, can you do that imitation, only make him a seafaring man?
Sure.
Avast there, you lubbers! Batten down the mizzen mast and look sharp or I'll hit you with the bilge. Well, that's fine. Man my boat. The freezing northeast is blowing off the starboard port. All hands in pockets. That'll do fine. Ahoy, you on the poop deck. Get on your feet. Go on, get on your feet. You ain't that pooped. All right, then. Yes, sir. Now, here's what I want you to do. Come over to my house disguised as the shipper of the ship we're to sail on.
Uh-huh.
Tell my sister-in-law all about your boat and make it sound so horrible she'll give up the idea of a cruise immediately.
Gee, that is a good idea.
All right. And if it works, I'll give you our tickets and you can take the trip yourself. Why, you could even make it your honeymoon.
Honeymoon? Gosh, Mr. Willoughby, do you mean it?
Sure. And what's more, I'll make you and Mildred a wedding present of $100.
Oh, boy. Wait till I tell Mildred. Gee, I've always dreamed of going on a honeymoon someday. You know, with a girl.
I dare say. Well, you practice up on your seafaring talk, and I'll dig you up some kind of disguise.
Yes, sir. You bet.
Ahoy, the engine room. Full speed ahead. Raise the topsail. Lower the bottom sail. Take in the middle sail. Break out the Etram and call me Salty.
Oh, Dennis, I just can't believe it. Why, it means we can be married in a few months.
That's right, Mildred.
Have you asked permission from my parents yet?
Well, no, but I will if I meet your mother on the street sometime.
On the street? Well, why not here at home?
Oh, gosh, no. I want to be outside where I can maneuver.
Silly. Well, let's not worry about that now. Let's just sit here and think about us. Oh, Dennis.
Mildred, you're holding my bare hand.
What of it? We're going to be married, aren't we?
Yeah, but let's not jump the gun.
Oh, don't be such an old stuffy. Why, you might even kiss me.
Right in the face?
Well, of course.
Gosh, you are modern. No, Mildred, we're not even engaged yet.
Oh, come on.
No.
For goodness sakes, Dennis, what are lips for?
We all have our code, Mildred. I resolved long ago that until I was engaged, nothing would touch mine except a fork.
Have it your way. I'm too happy to argue. Golly, I can hardly wait to make plans for the wedding.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of things to think about.
And I'll have to get my trousseau.
And I'll have to get my hope chest.
Men don't get hope chests, Dennis.
Oh, they don't?
My father certainly didn't get one when he married my mother.
Yeah, but for me, there's some hope.
Well, I guess we better go into the living room and tell the folks the news, huh?
Oh, no, Mildred, wait. Let's not tell your mother yet. After all, it's...
You're scared.
No, but why the hurry? Let's get married first and then break it to her. Say, after we have a few children, they'll help her to get used to the idea.
Well, we'll do nothing of the kind. We're going to tell them both now. Come on.
But, Mildred, please.
Mother, Daddy.
Yes, Mildred?
Yes, my dear.
I have some wonderful news.
See, Poopsie? I told you we'd hear something wonderful when I found that first four-leaf clover in the yard today.
What is it, Mildred?
Dennis and I are going to be married in 2 months.
What? What? Really, Mildred?
You and your four-leaf clover.
Oh, it isn't really definite yet, Mrs. Anderson.
Mildred, I want you to go to your room. Your father and I want to have a little talk with Dennis.
Oh, all right, Mother. But I hope you won't oppose our marriage because our minds are made up. We're as good as married right now. Aren't we, Dennis?
Yes, Poopsie.
We just want to talk, Mildred. Go along now.
Yes, Mother.
Sit down, Dennis. Now then, what have you to say for yourself?
Why, nothing.
My, he sounds more like a married man every minute.
Quiet, Herbert. Dennis, have you thought over very carefully what it means to marry a woman?
Oh, yes, ma'am. But there's very little else a fellow can marry.
But wouldn't it be better, Dennis, if we were all absolutely certain that you were right for Mildred and she was right for you? What would you say to a cooling off period of, 10 years?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm sure Mildred and I are right for each other now.
Yes, but don't you see...
And may I say a word, Mr. Speaker?
What is it?
Well, there's a marriage clinic over in Middletown whose business it is to find out whether people can marry compatibly. Now, why doesn't Dennis go over there for an interview?
Why, that's an excellent idea. I'm rather pleased with you, Herbert.
Oh, thank you, Sugar Nose.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, a marriage clinic. I don't see
All they'll do is ask you a few questions, Dennis. You owe it to yourself and Mildred to find out whether you're suitably mated.
But really,
You're going, Dennis.
Now, look, Mrs. Anderson, the day finally comes in a man's life when he gets tired of being bossed around. The day when he rises up and revolts. See?
Well,
I'd give anything if this was the day.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Day. Just remember that I am your marriage counselor, and you must answer my questions frankly and honestly.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll soon know whether or not you're ready for marriage. Now, first, I want to know all about your parents.
Why? They've already made it.
I had assumed as much. But I'm trying to learn something of your background. Are your parents happy together?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Very.
And what are your relations toward your mother and father?
In both cases, I'm their son.
It's possible I phrased it wrong. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt I do not feel.
Oh, thank you.
Do you remember ever having any trouble with your brothers or sisters, Mr. Day?
Oh, no, ma'am. Not at all.
How can you be so sure without thinking?
I haven't got any.
Suppose we try a slightly different tack. Shall we? For heaven's sake?
Okay.
Do you feel yourself that you're ready for marriage, Mr. Day? That is, have you sown all your wild oats?
Oh, I never touch 'em. I'm a Wheaties man.
I know shorthand and typing, you know.
Oh, really?
Yes. I can quit this any time and get a job as a stenographer. But I'm stubborn. So, on with the questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was it that first attracted you to your fiancée?
Well, I think it was because I'm a male and she's a female.
I mean, what specifically? Was it her eyes, her mouth, her nose, her figure?
Just name it and she's got it.
Now we're getting somewhere, and my, isn't it a nasty trip? Mr. Day, I have here a list of questions which are designed to show your maturity and ability to cope with adult marital problems. Shall we throw them away, or shall we waste our time?
You mean you don't want to ask me them?
Why not? Let's have fun. First, do you believe in the double standard?
What's that?
It's a theory that there is a difference between the sexes.
Well, I always thought that was more than a theory.
Next question. Suppose you had an argument with your wife and she threatened to go home to her mother. What would you do?
Let her.
Let her? If she were her mother's, you might not see her again.
Sure I would. On my salary, who do you think we'll be living with?
Next question. Suppose your 5-year-old daughter came to you and said, Daddy... No, we'll forget that one. No 5-year-old child of yours could possibly talk yet.
Is that the end of the questions? I mean, have you decided yet about my marriage?
Yes, indeed. Do you want to make some girl very happy, Mr. Day?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Then don't get married. Wait a little while, Mr. Day. You're too immature, too unsophisticated.
But really,
Mr. Day, I get all sorts of people in here, young men like yourself and old maids of 60, like the woman who was here before you and whom I advised to look for an elderly sea captain because she loves ocean travel so.
But I don't want to marry an elderly sea captain. I have a girl.
Don't marry her yet, Mr. Day. Wait. I know everything about marriage there is to know.
Well, okay. Thank you very much, Mrs.
Parker. Only it's not Mrs., it's Miss.
Miss? You mean you're not...
Certainly not. You think I'm crazy?
Dennis, I'm glad you're back. Look, the skipper's costume. Isn't it a beauty?
I'm sorry, Mr. Willoughby. The deal's off.
Off? But your honeymoon.
Miss Parker down at the marriage clinic says I shouldn't get married, that I'm immature, incompetent, and unsuitable for a girl.
Dennis, you're not going to listen to a lot of vicious truths, are you?
Yes, sir. You'll have to get someone else to fool your sister-in-law, Mr. Willoughby.
But, Dennis, you can't take a word of some phony marriage counselor. Why, if I'd gone to a marriage clinic first, I might never have married my wife. And with a little time, I'm sure I could think of a good example.
No use, Mr. Willoughby. I believe in Miss Parker, and I'm going to take her advice.
You're not going to marry Mildred?
Not yet. I must ripen first into a mature, suave, sophisticated man of the world. It could take weeks.
All right, Dennis. If that's the way you feel, that's all there is to it. Better go back and clean up my office, my boy. It's pretty messy.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry it ended like this, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, desperate measures require desperate remedies. Oh, hello? Is this Mildred Anderson? This is Homer Willoughby, Dennis's boss. I'm calling about Dennis. He... Huh? Oh, you've heard? Well, that makes it easier. You see, I just thought of a little plot that you and I can pull on the boy to make him change his mind. Now, suppose you meet me on my corner in 15 minutes, and we'll settle this silly marriage clinic business once and for all.
Oh, hello, Mr. Willoughby. Say, while you were out, Dr. Hopkins called in.
Business? Who's got time for business, my boy? I'm in love.
Huh?
That's right. I'm hopelessly smitten.
Gosh, who smote you?
Well, when I heard about that Parker marriage clinic from you, I went over for a consultation. I met her there. We fell in love instantly.
Golly, who is she?
Well, she's...
Oh, hello, Mildred. Say, guess what happened to Mr...
Homer, my darling. My dearest darling.
I beg your pardon?
Mildred, my angel. My love.
Yours also, I would like to beg.
Oh, Mildred, darling. Sit here at the soda fountain and I'll sit beside you and look at you.
Yes, and I'll look at you, Homer, dearest.
You know, Mildred, I feel there's something strange between us. Don't you?
Oh, yes, I do.
It's me. I'm on the stool in the middle.
Go away, boy.
Yes, we'd like to be alone.
Mr. Willoughby, this is your girl? Take a tip from a younger, less intelligent man. It'll never work out.
Oh, quiet, you. Ah, Mildred, my soulmate. Where have you been all my life?
For about 2/3 of it, she wasn't even born yet.
Dennis, you're very annoying. Miss Parker says that Homer and I are ideally suited to each other.
Miss Parker said that? She must be crazy.
Miss Parker doesn't make mistakes, Dennis. Kiss me, Mildred.
Just a minute, Willoughby. You're not going to make love to my girl.
Dennis, please, control yourself.
I'm getting pretty riled up, Willoughby. When I get riled up, my white corpse will start eating up my red ones, and my red ones start eating up whatever they can get their hands on. Believe me, I'm a mess inside.
Oh, Dennis, please, don't strike me, please.
Then leave my girl alone. This Parker woman is off her nut in your case, and I'll bet she's just as wrong about me, too.
But Mildred shouldn't be your girl. You can't even offer her a honeymoon, Dennis.
Oh, yes, I can. Just as soon as I talk your sister-in-law out of that boat trip.
Good boy. Here's your costume.
Huh?
You've got to do it, Dennis, so you and I can be married.
I repeat, huh?
Quick, my boy. There's no time to lose. My sister-in-law's at my house right now. Come on.
Okay, but I have the darndest feeling something just happened to me. And you two could be in trouble if I ever found out what it was.
Dennis, just keep your nerve and we can't miss.
Well, I'll do my best, Mr. Willoughby. Do I really look like an old sea captain with this yachtsman's cap and white mustache?
You look perfect. Now, remember, tell her your boat's an old tub, and she's crazy if she takes a trip on it.
Uh-huh.
And your name is Captain Talbot of the sloop Planet. Can you keep all that straight?
Oh, you know me, sir.
Certainly. What do you think I'm so worried about? All right, ring the bell. I'll be waiting for you out here.
Okay.
Yes. Were you looking for someone?
Howdy, ma'am. I'm Captain Talbot, the skipper of that there boat you're taking a cruise on this summer.
You mean you're a real sea captain?
Yep, and I'd like to tell you a few things about that boat of mine. Well, we got rats on her so big...
Oh, Captain, I don't want to talk about your boat. I want to talk about you.
Huh?
This afternoon at the Parker Marriage Clinic, I was told that the perfect mate for me would be a sea captain. And now you walk into my life. Don't you see? You and I were meant for each other.
Ma'am, we were talking about rats. Let's not get off into an unpleasant subject. I came here to advise you not to take that cruise, ma'am.
I'll never give up the cruise now. Isn't it obvious that fate has thrown us together?
Yep, it's also obvious that's now going to rip us asunder.
But you can't walk out of my life like this.
But
you're a sea captain. My ideal mate.
But?
You're the same age as I am.
What?
You're...
Miss Stewart, I guess there's only one thing to do. I got to tell you the truth. My name isn't Captain Talbot. It's Dennis Day. And I'm not a sea captain. I'm a soda jerk. And I'm not your age. I'm 22.
Well, why worry about details now? We'll discuss them after we're married.
Oh, no, ma'am. I only went through this so I could go on a honeymoon cruise with my girl. If I married you, she'd probably be so aggravated she'd stay home. We'd better forget it, ma'am. Goodbye.
Well, Dennis, well, is the cruise off?
Mr. Willoughby, let's go back to the drugstore. I want to show you something I know you'll be interested in.
Show me something?
Yeah. We just got in a big shipment of Mother Sill's seasickness pills.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are here to demonstrate for you. As our Colgate curtain goes up, we find Larry, our Colgate leading man, deep in conversation with his girlfriend's teenage brother.
Yep, I'm beginning to see the light, kid. Happened Saturday night. Couldn't get a date with Margie. She was busy. So all by myself, I walked down to the corner to inhale a soda. And what do I see? That fine sister of yours busy making eyes at some out-of-town wolf.
Sure, I know. That guy's been hanging around Sis a lot lately.
Yeah, well, what happened, kid? Gosh, things are pretty solid with Margie and me, you know.
Well, trouble with you, Larry. You ought to steam on over to your dentist for the lowdown on the breath situation.
And here's what Larry found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant in the orchestra, here is Dennis to sing another of his newest RCA Victor recordings, Stella by Starlight.
The song a robin sings through years of endless spring. The murmur of the brook at that ripples by a nook where to lovers find a great symphonic theme, that Stella by starlight and not a dream.
I'd just like to remind you that National Sunday School Week will be observed this year from April 14th to the 20th. And may I urge you to have your children, regardless of their creed, attend religious services. Good night, everyone.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And don't miss the true story article by Dennis Day entitled, Okay, I'll Talk, that's now appearing in the latest issue of True Story magazine, on sale today at all newsstands.
It's new. It's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumet, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters. This is Vern Smith reminding you that today the worldwide shortage of fats and oils is more serious than it was a year ago. So serious that your help is urgently needed to save used cooking fats and oils, to help produce soap, automobiles, refrigerators, all the things you want and need. So save fats, turn them in for cash. And remember, dealers are paying higher prices for used fats than ever before. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The beer that made Milwaukee famous presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College as the guests of our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer.
The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz Beer first in sales in the USA. If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the nation. Ask for Schlitz, the most popular beer in history. Now, the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The fall semester being well underway, Ivy's president, Dr. William Carpenter Hall, can steal a few moments now and then to dip into a magazine or scan the newspapers. With an educator, of course, who should maintain at least a nodding acquaintance with current affairs, this temporal theft is not subject to reproach. It's what might be termed a stainless steal. As he says to his wife, Victoria, former star of the English stage,
Ah, the dear old Fourth Estate. To think of what mechanical ingenuity, what integrity, and what chicanery go into making up a modern newspaper. And for what? Eventually to line the pantry shelf or wrap the garbage.
Yeah, I know. Just granted Gloria Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and a big fat one on Sunday. If you're through with the home section, darling, I'll take it. I still have to learn how to make a decent pumpkin pie.
Well, then you'd better avoid the newspaper cooking experts and consult a female friend who has no editorial obligation to extol the virtues of pecans, marshmallows, whipped cream, and frosted watercress.
I think you're right. Simplicity and boldness is the right approach. A little filling and a lot of crust. Yeah, where's the home section?
Here it is, darling. You'll find an interesting suggestion in it about how to peel onions without weeping. You peel them underwater.
Not me. I've known it home abreast for 20 seconds.
No, you don't have to get underwater, my darling. Just put your hands in the pan a bit.
Oh, good. I'd hate to have you come home and find me getting dinner in a diving suit with little air bubbles of domestic happiness popping out of my helmet. Is there anything interesting in your section, dear?
Not much. Except an announcement that my good friend Judge Merrick is retiring from the bench after 41 years of hazardous service.
Now, what's so hazardous about being a judge? I thought all they had to worry about was middle-aged spread and not mashing their fingers under the gavel.
No, there's more to being a judge than trying to stay awake during protracted cases and tripping over a loose hem in a black robe. Many a good judge has been lost in the quagmires of local politics, objections sustained, and the tug of privilege at the elbow.
How did your good friend Judge Merritt avoid all that? By not listening?
Oh, no. He always heard every word. But when the verbiage was too thick, he'd call both attorneys before the bench and lean over and say quietly, "Gentlemen, I am genuinely impressed by your extensive understanding of codes and statutes, but it is my painful duty to remind you that this case is about people."
Sounds a bit like a certain husband of mine.
Oh, I may have acquired a similar viewpoint. He was my professor in the history of law at IB. And it was the only law class in which Walt Whitman's poetry was studied as diligently as the civil code.
Well, I suppose there's no reason why rhyme and reason shouldn't meet. It's a shame this kind of influence is so rare.
Especially with an election coming up. Somehow the significance of the word people takes on entirely new meanings at election time. That is when vox populi is temporarily vox Dei, meaning that
the voice of the people is the voice of God. You didn't catch me on that one, you see. Well, who's running and for what?
Well, several undergraduates on the student council have been drafted or called to reserve units, and some offices must be refilled. Including the presidency.
Well, good heavens, a student body without a head. Oh, well, no head's better than two, I always say.
Judge Merrick's nephew is a candidate, Elihu Potter.
Oh, him, Elihu Potter, law student and a debater. He's always making speeches. He's having a love affair with his own voice. Any other candidates?
Yes, there are two others whose names I don't recall, and a girl, a Deborah Jameson.
Pretty name. I hope she wins.
Well, your concern for the victory of a pretty name is rather typical of the average voter. It's sad to realize that so many elections, fraught with grave issues, have hung on the cut of a moustache, a mastery of political rhetoric, and an ability to play the guitar.
Or a willingness to play the piano.
Yes, I'm right. However, I too hope Miss Jameson wins. At least I hope Potter does not.
Why? Don't you like him?
Well, knowing him by Campbell's reputation only, I neither like nor dislike him. I deplore, however, his tendency to manipulate and his affection for expediency. I'm sure he didn't get his conception of legal ethics from Judge Merritt.
Well, surely he won't try anything shady in this election.
Politically speaking, the word shady is subject to various definitions, depending somewhat on the source of illumination. The glare of well-handled publicity sometimes makes a candidate look quite bright, and the dark shadows behind him appear natural and reasonable. You know, my darling, I have a feeling I just said something rather cogent.
Yes, but I'm sure you did, because I didn't understand it. Now, how does Mr. Potter feel about opposing a female candidate?
It appears to be young Potter's belief that women shouldn't be running for student body president. He seems to think that girls are unable to run gracefully, particularly against him.
How do you do? Dr. Hall is in, I presume.
That's you, Mr. Wellman?
No, it's...
Elihu Potter.
Funny, it sounded like Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall, I have something very important to discuss with you.
Well, go right ahead.
As I said, I have something very important to discuss with you.
Mr. Potter, discussing things with my wife present is a habit I developed in the earlier stages of my marriage. It's too late to change now. She knows too much.
I was only thinking she might be bored.
Well, if you're going to discuss what I think you're going to discuss, there's not a chance of my being bored. I'm going to be fascinated.
Oh, then, you know?
Everyone knows, Miss Potter. Only the balloting is secret, not the candidates.
Well, Dr. Hall, well,
It's a good question.
Are you by any chance related to Mr. Wellman, Mr. Potter?
No, sir. No, sir. Friend of my family is all, not even remotely related. No, sir, not in any way.
Strange. Your conversational techniques are uncannily similar. But what is it you wish me to do?
Talk to the Jameson girl, Deborah Jameson. Get her to withdraw her candidacy.
Now, wouldn't that be influencing candidates? It is honorable practice.
What's dishonorable about influencing a candidate for her own good? All candidates for any office, they're always influenced. That's why we have political parties. They formulate platforms to influence the candidates, don't they? Newspapers influence them. So does public opinion. So do their mothers, their friends. Man that can't take advice is a bad candidate.
One who takes too much isn't a candidate. He's a figurehead.
Well, just the same, Mrs. Hall, it's a politically acceptable practice.
There are a lot of accepted political practices, Mr. Potter, which we could do without. And as president of this college, I feel that to influence the outcome of the student election would be an abuse of power.
But you'd be doing her a favor, really. Save her a lot of embarrassment.
And at the same time, rid you of some important competition. Or do we leave that unstated?
Now, you mean, Elihu, that she doesn't stand a chance of winning?
She hasn't got a prayer. Believe me, not a prayer.
That, my boy, is a colloquialism which I deplore and to which I do not subscribe. Everyone is entitled to a prayer. Not even a politician, who is quite apt to confuse the power of prayer with the prayer of power, can withhold that final privilege. Yes, she has a prayer, and therefore a chance.
If you're so convinced that Deborah's goose is already cooked, why are you bothering with all this? Just because you love a debate?
Matter of principle is all. Not only a waste of campaign energy, but it's against tradition. There's never been a woman president of the student body. Never in Ivy's entire history, never. And we have no intention in inaugurating the custom, believe me, no intention.
I take it your avoidance of the first person singular is not due to sheer modesty, Mr. Potter. So who is we?
Well, most of the members of the student council.
Well, it is not an impertinent or an embarrassing question. How do the women members of the council feel about it?
That they've gone far enough. We've convinced most of them that in the interest of the American home, it would be better if Deborah Jameson is restrained.
You mean if a woman is elected president of the Ivy student body, the family as we know it today is doomed?
It's a philosophical point, a sociological point. Women unrestrained will eventually replace men.
Well, with certain exceptions, I don't think men have run the world up till now with any great success. Why not let us girls have a go at it? There might be a little hair pulling, but I'll bet there'll be more business in face powder than gunpowder.
Oh, my dear Victoria, you're opening up a whole new field of debate, one in which at some other time I would joyfully plunge.
Well, how about tomorrow, 2:30 behind the gymnasium?
Potter, what happens if Miss Jameson insists on running for office? Or am I prying too closely into campaign strategy?
Well, the original strategy, Dr. Hall, was to see if you wouldn't try to discourage her, but that seems to have failed.
Well, my husband's reputation should have warned you that it would, Elihu. He'd be for the underdog if it had just bitten him through his best trousers.
So we try something else. We'll find a way.
Potter, there's a grim look in your eye, a sort of brass-knuckle determination, which impels me to issue a warning. Let not Judge Merrick's nephew stoop to devious tactics. He wouldn't like it, and neither would I.
You know my uncle, Dr. Holmes?
To paraphrase a fairly well-known exclamation, alas, poor Merrick, I knew him well. He served the law with honor and distinction. Go thou, Potter, and do likewise.
Battlefront, General?
Battlefront?
For the student election.
Oh, no. No, only you that Miss Deborah Jameson has apparently been informed that the pernicious Potter was closeted with me and suspects that I'm advising him on troop movement.
Oh, poor Johnny. Always in the thick of it.
Oh, this sort of thing is meat, drink, and French pastry to me. I'm always fascinated by undergraduate intrigue. It always seems
I suppose it is Mr. Potter, the woman hater, again.
Well, if it is, he's a convert. No woman hater could visit you more than once and maintain his status. But we'll see. How do you do?
Hello, Dr. Hall. I'm Deborah Jameson. Can I talk to you a few minutes?
Well, of course you can, Miss Jameson. Come in.
Thank you.
I'm happy to meet another contestant in our political arena. Victoria, this is Deborah Jameson.
Hello, Deborah. Sit down, won't you? We've already met your opponent, Mr. Potter.
Yes, I heard he was here, but I can't sit down, thank you. We're holding a street rally in a few minutes.
That's quite a schedule you've undertaken for yourself.
I haven't undertaken it. It's been forced on me, Dr. Hall. I just wanted to quietly run for office. I thought I was capable. But apparently a lot of other people don't think so.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of other people don't think.
I know how you must feel as a woman, Mrs. Hall, and I guess I should have expected Dr. Hall to line up with the men because he's a man.
Deborah, I did line up with them, but in somewhat the same way the Army and Navy football teams do.
You mean you haven't given LSU Potter your support?
Well, I not only haven't given him my political support, but I'm planning to withdraw my amiable attitude.
Oh, well, that's a relief, but I had to come over here to make sure. I couldn't believe you'd take sides in this.
Well, I couldn't very well. Do you really want to be student body president?
Not now. I did once. It would have been satisfying and exciting. Now it's a duty. I have to run. I have to try to win.
And with an ever-diminishing concern for what you're trying to win?
That's the trouble with fighting prejudiced people like LSU Potter, Dr. Hall. You get so taken up with the battle, you forget what it's for.
That's a concise epitaph of mankind's more eminent failures.
Well, thank you again.
Well, for what, my dear?
For not being prejudiced, I guess. Bye.
Goodbye. Dr. Hall speaking. Yes. They did what? But it has always been a majority, Potter. You can't just take a basic law and pull it out of shape to suit an immediate situation. Constitutional law is basic and not subject to expediency. Well, where are you speaking from? Oh, Mr. Wellman's office. That figures. Please tell Mr. Wellman not to leave. I'm coming right over. Now.
Dirty work at the crossroads, dear. Foul play and hugger-mugger in the old churchyard.
All three of them. It seems the Potter faction checked over the student constitution, the sections governing elections. Section 3 states that the president shall be elected by the largest number of votes.
Well, don't tell me they found a hole in that.
They found a slight ambiguity and stretched it into a gaping aperture. The largest number of votes has always been interpreted as meaning a majority. The special meeting of the council has reinterpreted it to mean a plurality.
Well, it sounds to me like reinterpreting a barking dog into a dog that barks.
But in elections there's quite a difference, which I shall attempt to clear up for you and for me sometime in the future. In this case, with so many candidates running, they were afraid Deborah Jameson might get in on the runoff. So they tampered with the Constitution. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going over to the administration building and see Mr. Wellman about this and another matter.
Yes. It seems to me if you feel it's wrong to mess around in student elections, Mr. Wellman ought to keep his six-fingered hands off it, too.
Yeah, I quite agree. Anyway, it gives me a chance to see Mr. Wellman on his own ground.
What if anyone calls while you're out?
You just tell him I'm taking my constitutional.
some things that are new today may be commonplace tomorrow and out of date next week. Sheriff Waterford, the automobile dealer here in Ivy, was discussing that subject with me just recently.
You know, Ken, I can still remember the first car I ever sold. It was the last word. Had just about everything new and modern that the manufacturers could dream up. But now, I look at some of the buggies on my showroom floor and, well, I wonder how it could ever have been new. But like they say, time changes all. Take your friends, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company. When they started brewing Schlitz over a century ago, there was strictly a small outfit, like the early car makers. Well, in time, Schlitz made its hometown, Milwaukee, famous as the world's brewing center. And in time, the brewery grew to the point where now they brew and sell more beer than anyone else. Same thing in the auto business. A few of the car makers made Detroit famous as the Motor City. There's just one reason back of these success stories. It's giving the American public real quality right from the start. Now, the taste of Schlitz, as far as I'm concerned, is the best you can get. And you know that taste will never get out of date. That's one of the few things that the passing years can't change. As long as other folks keep on liking that taste as much as I do, I'm sure Schlitz will stay the most popular beer in history.
Well, Champ, if you could ask everyone who prefers Schlitz why he does, you might get a million different explanations. They'd all boil down to the one word that you used a couple of times. Taste. That's the reason Schlitz beer is first in sales in the USA. Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Return to the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall with an expression of firm resolve on his face just entering Mr. Clarence Wellman's office in the administration building.
Hello, Dr. Hall. Sit down. I know exactly why you're here. Sit down, Dr. Hall. Sit down.
Thank you.
Have a cigar?
No, thank you.
Oh, mind if I smoke?
I'd view it with pleasure, Mr. Wellman, with or without tobacco.
With or without tobacco? I don't know what to... Oh! You mean you don't care if I burn to a crisp? Well, under the circumstances, I don't know that I would...
Mr. Wellman, as president of this college and also...
Yeah, I know. As president, you don't think you should interfere in student politics, and you don't think I, as gunman of the chair of board... the chairman of the board of governors... Chairman of the Board of Governors should be involved. All right, I might say...
Wellman, as president of this college...
You said that, Dr. Hall. And let me tell you, I had nothing to do, except maybe in an advisory capacity. I mean, when I'm asked for advice, I give advice, just like you. And when you tell me I should have stayed out of this business, changing the Constitution... What is it?
That is not what I wanted to see you about, primarily. Although I do think you were at fault if you advised young Potter in his devious maneuvers...
Well, if you don't want to, if that's not what you came here for, what did you want?
Your contribution.
My what?
As president of this college and as local head of the community chest drive, I want your contribution.
Well, so why didn't you stop? Here I thought you came over to scold me for that. That is,
now, please get out your checkbook and make out quite a large check to the community chest. Its goal this year is $8,366,328.
Wait a minute. You were asking me for $8 million when last year... I thought I was being generous when I get... How can you possibly ask me just one person to...
No. The community chest is not asking you to defray its entire expense for 1 year. Well, no. Just a 25% increase over what you gave last year.
Well, that's quite different. I can understand why. With everything going up and all.
Exactly. Since Korea, penicillin has gone up 110%. Bandages 80%, and so on. Oh, I don't have to tell you what the community chest does, the many organizations and agencies it serves. So, your check, please.
Very well. Now, Let me see. What amount did I...
Here we are. It's on this slip of paper. I've added 25%. Here's the total.
There you are, Dr. Paul.
Thank you. Well, I hope people elsewhere will be as prompt and as generous as you, because it's unthinkable not to give all we can. The heart of every community should be big enough to fill its chest. Now, thank you, Mr. Wellman. You've been very helpful.
Oh, I'm helpful, all right. And about the Potter Jameson elections. I helped her, too. I knew Elihu was stooping pretty low, so I called her up and gave her some advice.
Well, now, may I ask what advice you offered her?
Well, she's a girl with girlfriends, and he's a boy with boyfriends, so, I told her to read Lysistrata.
Mr. Wellman, I retract everything I have said and thought about you up to today. This doesn't commit me to anything tomorrow. But Lysistrata, it's wonderful. You're a surprising man, Mr. Wellman.
All right,
The Greek play about the girls who refused to go back to their boyfriends unless they stopped fighting wars all the time.
Yes, that's roughly the theme, my darling. An insistence that the gentlemen lay down one set of arms before they use the other set. Did you read it, Deborah?
No, I didn't have time, but I asked some of my friends who wore glasses about it and got the general idea. And I might say the male half of the student council is in something of a panic. They'll get no more dates than a fig tree. But I don't know what good it'll do now. I lost the election. Potter's in.
But demand a recount or something.
Oh, I couldn't do that. The election was legal.
Was it?
Of course. What do you mean, Dr. Hall?
By what authority are the council members on the council?
By authority of being elected to it.
Elected by a majority or a plurality?
Uh-oh. I begin to see a loophole in a loophole.
Well, I'm afraid I don't get it.
Deborah, if the members of the student council who elected Potter instead of you, and by a narrow margin at that, are holding office under a cloudy title, not only your defeat, but their elections are possibly illegal. If, by altering the Constitution to favor a certain candidate, they have perpetrated an illegal act, either the new members or the old members are holding office unconstitutionally. I think it requires a friendly and disinterested legal opinion.
Well, that certainly knocks the whole business haywire, doesn't it? Where can we get this legal opinion?
Judge Merrick.
Judge Merrick, he's Potter's uncle. Aren't we kidding ourselves?
Not if what my husband says about the judge is true, Deborah. If you know what I mean, he does not interpret the law relatively. So Judge Merrick told them to hold another election, and they did, huh?
They did.
And Deborah won this time? Fair and square?
No, Deborah lost again. But fairly and squarely. She's really quite happy about it.
Well, don't tell me Elihu Potter is student president.
Very well, darling, I won't.
Well, but is he?
Yes, who?
Elihu Potter, is he?
Is he what?
William T. Hall. Now, let me warn you, I have just read Lysistrata again myself.
No. Please. I give up. The new student president is one Herman Bollinger, known to his loving classmates as the Weevil. And as sufficient unto the day he is thereof, I suppose.
I never heard of him. Dark horse candidate. And why are they called dark horses, by the way?
Oh, probably because it's hard to see them running until they get to the finish line. But in this case, I'm delighted to see the victory of a dark horse over a brilliant jackass.
You don't mean Deborah?
Oh, no. I mean Potter. But Deborah is a filly. Out of her class. And now that we have torn up our mutual tickets, I must make out my community test report.
Starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Good night, everybody.
Good night from all of us.
And from our sponsor, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and its thousands of friendly dealers throughout the nation. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. We'll be seeing you next week at the same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield, Deborah Jameson was Virginia Gregg, and Elihu Potter was Sidney Miller. Tonight's script was written by Arthur Ross and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy is presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy on television the Schlitz Playhouse of Stars with the brightest names of Hollywood and Broadway. See your newspaper for time and channel. Ken Carpenter speaking. Now join the great Gildersleeve on NBC.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kirk, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
A cloak of gloom shrouds the nation tonight as men with heavy hearts sit down to the task of making out their income tax. High and low, they search for possible deductions to lessen the burden of payment. In New York, Bill Lenahan, short story writer, says,
"Well, I certainly use this typewriter a lot. I'll deduct for a new typewriter."
And in Los Angeles, Tom Bassett, prominent butcher, says,
"Well, I certainly use this scale a lot. I'll deduct for a new scale."
And in the little town where Mel Blanc lives, Mel Blanc, fix-it shop proprietor, says,
"Well, I certainly use this chair a lot. I'll deduct for a new pair of pants."
After a while, Mel's girlfriend, Betty Colby, came into the fix-it shop, and after watching Mel work on his tax form a while, said,
"Mel, are you sure you know what you're doing?"
"Of course, Betty. You just follow the instructions. You get together everything you made the past year, all your salary.
Well, then what?
You put it in an envelope and send it to the government."
That's all?
Well, that's the first quarter. You do that for 3 more quarters, and then you wait.
For what?
For a letter saying you haven't sent enough. Gosh, how am I going to raise enough money to pay my income tax?
Oh, just think, Mel, if we were married, how well off you'd be. You could claim me as a deduction. And if we had 2 or 3 children, you wouldn't have to pay anything at all.
Betty, please. I've only got 4 days. There isn't time for that.
Well, you've been working on your income tax for 2 days. Just how much do you owe the government?
$7. Oh, here comes Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher. Maybe I can borrow it from him.
Hello, Bessie. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Professor.
What's the matter, Professor? You sound angry.
Oh, I just got through giving your neighbor, little Michael, his piano lesson. He is playing on a beautiful Steinway, but when he plays it, it sounds like a Frankensteinway.
Do you get much money from your pupils, Professor?
Money? Who needs money? I give the grocer's little boy lessons, I take it out in groceries. I give the barber's little girl lessons, I take it out in haircuts. I give lessons to the undertaker's little boy.
Yeah?
Let him owe me the money. Besides, Mel, money isn't everything. The main thing in life is to have friends. Believe me, that's all that counts. Just have friends. Of course, if your friends have money, that's even better.
And I suppose it's no use to ask you to loan me some money for my income tax.
You could practice on me, but it's no use. Believe me, Mel, I would give you the shirt off my back, but I am so broke I'm wearing my shorts high up.
Gosh, I've got to get that money some way.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hello,
Mr. Colby.
Well, Mel, what are you looking so unhappy about?
Oh, I haven't got the money to pay my income tax, Mr. Colby.
Oh, that's too bad. They may even send you to jail. You might even get 10 years.
Don't take it so hard, Mr. Colby.
Father, there was a notice about delinquent tax returns.
Oh, that's too bad.
It came to you.
What are we laughing about? If I don't pay this tax, I'm in serious trouble.
Well, maybe I can help you, Mel. I brought these two modern paintings down to be cleaned. This one's called Man Leaving Hospital. Very valuable. This one here, Lady in the Balcony, is worthless. If you sell it, you can keep half the money.
Sell it and I can keep half the money?
Oh, take it, Mel. That's almost 50%.
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Then it's a deal. Remember, don't sell the valuable one. Well, come on, Betty. I need some help at the supermarket. So long, Mel.
Bye, Betty. Thanks for your help, Mr. Colby. Bye. Gosh, Professor, Mr. Colby sure is nice letting me sell this painting.
I don't know. Lady in the Balcony. Who's going to buy it? Dr. IQ?
Well, I sure could use some money. Uh-oh, here comes Banker Grimes. Say, let's try to sell it to him. Oh, hello, Banker Grimes.
Hello, Mel.
Banker Grimes, you know Professor Potchnick, don't you?
How do you do, Professor?
Mr. Grimes, you came just in time to see me buy this beautiful painting from Mel Blanc.
Well, I'm quite an art connoisseur myself. Let me see it.
What a bargain. An oil painting for $20.
Oh, it's so dusty, it's hard to see it. Are you sure it's oil?
Genuine Kentone.
Yeah, 3 coats.
Well, I'll take it with me, Mel.
Just a second. It looks pretty good to me. You don't mind, Mel, I'd like to make a bid on it. $25.
Sold.
30.
Professor Potchnick.
Leave it to me. I said 30.
Well, I'll say 35.
40.
45.
50.
Let him have it.
Sold for 45. Take it, Banker Grimes.
Well, is it all right with you, Professor Potchnick?
Why, sure, Banker Grimes. For 10 years I've been waiting to give it to you. Now you got it. Here's the painting.
Here's the money, Mel. Thank you. And goodbye.
Oh, that's the first time anybody ever put something over on Banker Grimes.
Well, I'll start to clean this painting. Gosh, sure dirty. Professor.
Huh?
What was the name of the worthless painting we were supposed to sell?
Lady in the Balcony. Why?
I got news for us. The lady is still in the balcony.
I guess she's seeing the picture twice. You mean I gave him the valuable painting, Man Leaving for Hospital?
Yes, Man Leaving the Hospital. And when Colby finds out, you know what'll happen to me?
What?
Man Entering Hospital.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new of all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Now, the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra take us south of the border to Managua, Nicaragua.
Babaloo, Babaloo, pack your grip, take a trip down that South America way. 'Cause Managua, Nicaragua is a beautiful town. You buy a hacienda for a few pesos down. You give it to the lady you were trying to win, but her papa doesn't let you come in.
Managua, Nicaragua is a heavenly place.
Yeah.
You ask a senorita for a little embrace. Mm-hmm. She answers you, caramba, strumba, bambarito.
In Managua, Nicaragua, that's no. I have been to many tropic ports. I might include even Brooklyn. If you're ever feeling out of sorts, I'd like to recommend a look in Managua, Nicaragua. What a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot. So take a trip and on a ship go sailing away across the Agua to Managua, Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua, oh, it's really the top.
You buy a big sombrero in the neighborhood shop.
And then the girls will follow you like in a parade. That's because they want to walk in the shade. Managua, Nicaragua, what a wonderful spot. There's coffee and bananas and the temperature hot.
So take a trip and on the ship go flying away
across the Agua to Nicaragua. Managua, Nicaragua.
Now back to Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby left 2 paintings at Mel's Fix-It shop to be cleaned and told Mel he could make himself some money by selling the worthless one. However, by shrewd maneuvering, Mel managed to get the whole thing balled up and sold the valuable one to Banker Grimes. Now, while wondering how he's going to get it back, more trouble enters Mel's shop in the person of Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Hello, Hartley. What do you hear? The usual thing, Mel, boy. Hartley, you're wonderful. Hartley, you're adorable. In fact, Mel, I'm so handsome, I'm holding myself for ransom. Please, Hartley, cut it out. I'm having so much trouble, it's like a nightmare. Well, speaking of that, I had the most wonderful dream last night. I dreamt I was on a romantic tropical desert island. Palm trees swaying and soft moonlight breezes caressing the warm sand. Oh, what a dream. Yes, go on. Who was with you? Just me. Could you ask for anything more? Gosh, Hartley, how can one man love himself so much? Frankly, Mel, the job is getting to be too big for me. So I'm putting on more women. You must think every woman is crazy about you. Well, form your own conclusion, Mel. But last year, 50,000 women sent away to McCall's for a life-size patron of me. Now, listen here, Hartley. And furthermore, Mr. Colby told me to tell you that if you don't get his valuable painting back by tonight, he'll break every bone in your body. And that rearrangement will certainly be an... Oh, get out. So long, Mel. Nice seeing me.
temperature. Train seal. Sounds like he can't get his motor started. There he goes. Probably got a date with a girl. Nah, he's going to have a better time going out with himself. If I don't get that painting back, why, he'll have even a better time than that. He'll be going to my funeral. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga. Well, mighty potentate, how's every old thing?
Mel, if you mean my wife, she's fine. Got a new thing now. Goes to bed with a mud pack on her face. Tell you, Mel, it's like sleeping next to a swamp. All night long, I jump up yelling, Chloe! But it's no use. Spike Jones has Chloe, and I'm stuck with Schmoey.
She looks funny, huh?
The other night, she poked up her nose through that mud. You know, I could have sworn it was a gopher. Then she leaned over and kissed me. You know something, Mel?
What?
I wish it were a gopher. Last night at 3 a.m., she woke me up, and she said, I hear burglars downstairs. Do something. They may come up here and kidnap me.
Gosh, what did you do?
I never slept so well in all my life. As a matter of fact, I slept so late, my wife had to make her own breakfast. First time our milkman ever got a look at her.
Really?
Yeah. Now we have to buy our own cow.
Well, mighty potentate, are you still doing the housework? Don't you have any help?
Well, I'll tell you, Mel. My wife did hire a butler last week. All day long she kept shouting, John, do this, John, do that, John, do this. Tell you, couldn't stand it.
Why?
I'm John. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
You don't like your wife very much, do you, mighty potentate?
Well, last night she forgot to put the telephone receiver back on the hook. So she said, oh, John, will you hang me up? Gad, what a temptation.
You think you've got troubles, mighty potentate? I've got to get back a valuable painting of Mr. Colbys that I sold to Banker Grimes by mistake.
Well, why don't you and Mr. Colby go over to Banker Grimes' house, you pretend you're a Viennese art critic, and tell him the painting's terrible, and that way get it back.
Say, that's a great idea.
Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Yearling, or I can go home and see the moose I married. Go on, Mel.
Well, I had to listen to all his troubles, but at least he gave me a good idea. Now to get dressed up like an art critic. First, I better send Zuki over to tell Mr. Colby about this. Hey, Zuki! Zuki!
Well, Zuki, it sounds like Mel had a very good idea. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's great. It's great. I think it's great. It's sensational. You can't meet me. What's he gonna do?
Oh, it's all right, Zuki. I know. Oh, and I better get down to Banker Grimes' house and meet Mel. So long, Zuki.
So long, Mr. You'll both get killed tonight.
Well,
it's certainly very nice of you, Mr. Colby, to have such a famous art critic go out of his way to come to my house.
Oh, believe me, Banker Grimes, it cost me it's nothing at all. That must be him now.
Good evening, Mr. Colby.
Good evening. Oh, Mr. Grimes, I want you to meet,
Dr. Otto von Otto. Otto von Otto? That's a peculiar name. It's the same backwards and forwards.
Yeah, my family comes from a long line of Studebakers.
How do you do, Banker Grimes? I am the greatest art critic in all Vienna. If you'll pardon me for blowing Otto's horn. Come right in, Dr. Otto.
Oh, please, call me by my first name.
Come right in, Otto.
Thank you.
How are things in Vienna?
Oh, how I miss Vienna. The Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower? Eiffel Tower's in Paris.
The Kremlin.
Kremlin's in Moscow.
There is Eastern Colombia. Oh, how I miss Vienna.
Dr. Otto, don't you think you should look at some of Banker Grimes' valuable paintings?
No, we got plenty of time.
Here's one of a 16th century knight lying on the battlefield with every bone broken in his body.
Let's look at the paintings. Yeah, right now. You know, Banker Grimes, in Vienna, when I am judging a painting, if it's fair, I give it 1 brush stroke. If it's good, I give 2. Better, 3 strokes. Excellent, 4 strokes.
Well, here's the painting I bought today. What do you think of it?
20 lashes. However, I happen to have a calendar, and I need a picture for it, so I give you $1 for it.
What? I don't know. First, I'd like to get the opinion of another art critic. I've invited him over, and he should be here any minute.
How I am missing Vienna again. I think
Just a moment. That must be the critic now. Dr. Von Otto, I want you to meet the superintendent of the Centerville Art Museum.
It is a great pleasure to meet with you.
It is a great pleasure to meet with you, Herr Dr. Von Otto.
It is? By the way, what is your name? Überhalter, ist das nicht ein Schnitzelbank? Ist das nicht ein Schnitzelbank?
Ja, das ist ein Schnitzelbank. Schnitzelbank, Schnitzelbank.
It's all right.
What's the trouble?
Doctor, ist das nicht... I would like you to look at this painting that I bought today.
Just a second. Why should he look at it?
I want to compare his judgment with yours. After all, he is a superintendent of an art museum.
I refuse to be compared with a janitor.
A janitor? But there's something wrong here. Herr Dr. von Otto, I studied at the Art Academy of Pilsenburg. Where was you studying? Maybe in NYU?
And why not? As a matter of fact, I studied in UCLA.
Oh, that's an American college. The University of California in Los Angeles.
No, it isn't. It's Uniklicken Locken Aachen Vienna.
Uniklicken Locken Aachen. That's right, there is no such place. I can't even pronounce it.
All you gotta do is... of course you gotta do... Well, so long, Mr. Colby. Vienna is calling.
Oh, you peekaboo. I'm going to break every Unia bricken in your rock and block.
Gosh, Betty, I sure made a mess of things today.
Well, Mel, I'm sure Father will be able to talk Banker Grimes into returning the painting, but how are you going to pay your income tax?
Well, I've got 4 days more to get my money, and if I don't, I'll just follow the instructions on this treasury form.
On the treasury form?
Yeah, look what it says. Return this income tax blank.
This is Bud Heaston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
the Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melodies with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that master magician who, with a few magic waves of his tongue, changes an ordinary Wednesday evening into a night of mirth and merriment. Yes, Pagoda, here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for that flattering, for a change, introduction.
Well, don't mention it, Fred.
I won't, Jimmy. I promise you. Give me my word, I won't mention it. Say, by the way, what was that irrelevant word, that crept in, that begorra you had in the announcement on the...
Oh, I just threw in a little Irish dialect. I'm trying to get ahead.
Oh, and you feel this begorra will advance you artistically?
Why, certainly, why not? Last week, all Kenny Baker did was say senor. He called it a Spanish dialect, and Prado. He was acting in the sketch.
Yes, Kenny was in the sketch. Of course, any acting he did was purely coincidental.
Well, Kenny made an extra $5, and look at me.
What about you?
Since I started working for you, I've lost 10 pounds.
Well, if you try walking up to the microphone when the commercials come up, instead of racing Larry Elliott over here to get to the mic, you would still be buxom and rosy. What a pair of announcers you guys are. You both sleep through the whole show with happy smiles on your faces, each dreaming the other guy has got laryngitis. Now pick up your begorra and go away. I have never...
Hey, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny, what's the trouble? What's all the excitement?
Well, do you see what I see?
Do I see what?
Look in front of the orchestra at Mr. Goodman.
What's wrong with Goodman?
Mr. Goodman isn't Mr. Goodman. He's a phony.
Now, don't be silly, Kenny. It must be Goodman. No one would stoop so low as to impersonate Goodman. Say, Mr. Goodman.
Somebody is calling Guy Goodman. See what I tell you, Faye?
Well, I'll be... Who are you, mister?
The name is Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Fosdick Feinschreiber?
But tonight, for one night only, I am I. Goodman. By special request, I am making like an imposter.
Well, where is Mr. Goodman?
Tonight, for one night only, I. Goodman is not disposed. I, Feinschreiber, am for Goodman filling in.
Why, it's uncanny. Do you know that you talk just like Goodman?
Why not? In night school, who is Goodman's English teacher?
You?
Who else? Yours truly, Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Well, I tell you, we're a little stuck tonight. Now, do you think you can handle Mr. Goodman's dialogue?
If I can lift it, I can handle it.
Fine. Now, what about the music? Can you lead the band?
Don't worry. This Goodman is explaining.
You know how to start the orchestra, of course.
To Feinschreiber, this is nothing. Goodman is giving me this little stick with full instructions.
Oh, you...
Feinschreiber is slapping the stick on the stand, 1, 2.
All right. I'll try you out. I'll give you the cue.
Feinschreiber is on top toe.
And with our emergency conductor, Fosdick Feinschreiber, poised, we turn to the latest news of the week.
Feinschreiber is making 1, 2.
The Texaco News presents its highlights from the world of news. New York City, New York. Mayor Fiorello H. LaGuardia, reviving his anti-noise campaign, directs police department to rigidly enforce traffic regulation prohibiting excessive sounding of automobile horns within New York City limits. Texaco News interviews the man in the street to get his reaction to ban on automobile horn blowing. First, a traffic policeman who explains the automobile horn ruling is Officer Pierce Drumgoole. What is the general idea of the law, Officer Drumgoole?
Well, the mayor is trying to denoise the city.
Oh, I see. Is there a law against blowing automobile horns?
Section 48 of the police traffic regulations says...
Section 48 says what?
A driver shall not sound the horn of his vehicle except to warn an animal or a person in danger.
Oh, in other words, if I'm driving along and I see a man in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
And if I'm going along and I see a dog in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
Well, suppose I'm driving along and I see a man with a dog. Now, do I blow my horn twice?
Is the dog walking?
No. No, the man is carrying the dog.
You can blow your horn once.
Well, but a man and...
Only the man is walking. You blow your horn once.
I see. Well, do you think New York has cut down on the noise any?
It certainly has. It's so quiet down by the Fulton Fish Market, you can hear a pin drop.
You don't say.
The mayor's given Long Island 10 days to get rid of that sound.
Well, tell me, Officer Drumgoole, why is the mayor trying to get New York so quiet?
Well, confidentially, the mayor is expecting word from Washington any day.
Oh.
If there's too much noise, he's afraid he won't hear it.
That explains practically nothing. And thank you, Officer Pierce Drumgoole. A motorist who resents the anti-automobile horn ruling is Lorenz Bumble. You are against this horn edict, Lorenz.
In the final analysis, who is it that pays? It's the motorist.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, a guy buys a car. The car's got to have a license, he pays.
Well?
Then the guy's got to have a license, he pays.
Well,
Then he's got to take out insurance, he pays again.
I know.
If he drives too fast, it's a ticket, he pays.
Yes.
If he goes too slow, he's congesting traffic. It's another ticket, he pays.
Yes.
If he's standing still, it's a parking lot, he pays. Today he can't even blow his horn, he pays.
Well, you feel then...
It's like I say. In the final analysis, who is it that pays? It's the motorist.
Well, do you drive a car, Lorenz?
No.
You don't?
Not no more, I don't.
Ah, you have given up motoring?
Thanks to my willpower and a certain loan company, today I am a pedestrian.
Congratulations on being on your feet again, and thank you, Lorenz Bumble. A young lady who has reacted to all recent New York City legislation is Miss Bianca Gristle. You are interested in the anti-noise campaign, Bianca?
Only as a source of inspiration.
Oh, I see. Well, what is your work?
I am poetess laureatess to the mayor, personally.
You write poetry?
I write only poems about Mayor LaGuardia.
You do? Well, how do you get your ideas?
I simply buy the morning paper, see what the mayor is up to, sit down and write a poem about it.
Oh, unique. Well, when did you start your municipal rhyming, Bianca?
I wrote my first poem the day the mayor was elected.
You don't say. What was your poem called?
Greeting to City Hall, or pardon the intrusion, I'm the candidate from Fusion.
And you've been writing about the mayor ever since?
A poem a day. I've composed over 2,500 Mayor LaGuardia poems.
Well, what are some of the titles?
I laid a cornerstone I know not where.
Yes.
A red-hot rivet flew from his hand.
Very good.
My sandhog helmet is a size too big.
Oh, excellent. But tell me, Bianca, what have you done about the mayor's anti-noise campaign?
As usual, I have written a poem.
And how does your poem go?
Hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. Silent and still is Manhattan. Girls and boys have stopped making noise. Jitterbugs have muted their scatting. Ashmen, pianissimo, empty their cans. You can't hear the purr of a kitty. No auto horn honks from downtown to the Bronx. All is calm and tranquil in our city. So hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. We hope the mayor is joking. For minus its sin, its hubbub and din, you can't tell New York from Hoboken.
Thank you, Miss Bianca Driscoll. Starting this week, the police department is going to test the sound volume of all horns used on taxicabs and city buses. When decibel limitations are officially imposed, instead of the raucous horns we have been hearing, like this, we will probably have automobiles chasing us off the streets with horns like this. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker with Maestro Feinschreiber at the podium sings for us Tennessee.
Some time ago, I wandered down into old Mexico. While I was there, I felt romance everywhere. Moon was shining bright, and I could hear laughing voices in the night. Everyone was gay. This was the start of the holiday. It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Tennessee meant please love me, and I could say Tennessee. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed Tennessee. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was I to resist? And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known, because her kisses are for me alone. Who wouldn't say Tennessee? Who wouldn't say
Quiet, not so loud, brother. Quiet.
Who's making that noise? I was just complimenting Fosdick and Mr. Baker on their song. Oh, it's you down on the first row there.
Quiet, please. I gotta concentrate.
Concentrate on what?
Oh, my car's standing out in the street getting colder every minute. And if I don't keep my routine for starting it running through my mind, I'll never get the crate going.
Oh, you mean you have memorized the method of starting your car?
Yeah, it goes like this. Let me concentrate now.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, put in the key. 4, 5, 6, turn till it clicks. 7, 8, 9, the engine prime. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, press the starter, hope she'll go. Ibbity, bibbity, sibbity, sab. Give it up and take a cab.
Well, say, if your routine always comes out that bad, maybe you ought to stop concentrating altogether, mister. So what do you think about it, Larry Elliott?
Well, Fred, starting your car in wintry weather and driving under all kinds of road conditions does call for concentration. But why not choose a gasoline with flexible, surging power that makes your job behind the wheel easier, requires less concentration despite the weather? Try Sky Cheap, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Sky Cheap starts your car quickly without irritating delay. Puts you in a pleasant driving mood right off. Next, you don't have to put up with that fussing and sputtering that engines often go through before settling into stride. And when you throttle down, there's less chance of stalling, less need for shifting. That means fewer distractions to interfere with keeping your mind on driving and your eye on the road. Yes, Sky Cheap's smooth, flexible power helps lighten driving tasks. It's your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best, yet it costs no more than other premium fuel.
Maestro Feinschreiber's a little busy. He didn't want to turn around and take a bow. You know, some of those orchestra leaders' suits have no fronts on them. You'd think they're bashful, but it's really... But Maestro Feinschreiber and his ragamuffins of rhythm have just played Song of India. And now they... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well. Look, I'm sort of... my rubber heels have started again. Look now, Portland, I'm doesn't take Kenny long to get it. Look, I'm sort of busy now, Portland. If you could...
Well, I brought these for you.
Yeah? What?
These pamphlets. They're from the motorboat show.
Ah, yes, the motorboat show. The annual regatta with the water siphoned off.
Mama and I thought it was wonderful.
Oh, well, you should have been there last Friday night when the mayor officially opened the show and threw out the first stowaway. That was the night.
Oh, it was exciting today. A man ran out of one exhibit and said a boat was missing.
Really? Some shiplifter, I suppose, was in there.
Well, I don't know. They sent for the police.
Well, good. If I see a guy walking around with a hot cat boat, I'll call them up.
Yes, I'm keeping my eye open, too.
But tell me, what kind of boats did you see at the show?
Oh, all kinds. Yachts, sailboats, canoes, and those boats with a name like Drinking Soup.
What boat sounds like drinking soup?
Slurp.
Oh, you mean sloops. Sloops, not slurps.
Well, doesn't sloop sound like drinking soup?
Oh, no, not to me. Sloop sounds more like a plunger letting go. What other boats did you see?
Those southern sailboats.
Southern?
Those yawls.
Yawls, you mean? Southern sailboats, yawls.
Well, that's what I said.
Really? Your ears are doing your mouth a dirty trick. But tell me, how long did you stay at the motorboat show?
Well, not long. Mama got seasick and we had to come out.
Your mother got seasick at the motorboat show?
Oh, yes. Mama used to get sick every time the showboat came on the radio.
She doesn't like the sea, hey?
Mama can't look at two good humor men together.
Why not?
The Whitecaps make her seasick.
The Whitecaps on the good humor men. Well, why is your mother so afraid of the sea?
When Mama was a little girl, she lived on a houseboat.
And something happened?
Yes. One day, Mama's father forgot he was on the houseboat, and he went down cellar.
And he couldn't swim?
If he could, he didn't.
Well, no wonder your mother, it wouldn't be worthwhile to fish him out just for that line, would it? Well, no wonder your mother is water shy. But enough about the mater with the water for the pater. Who is our guest tonight?
Do you remember the young man who started the dog walking service?
I certainly do.
Well, he has a new dog service now.
What sort of a service?
You'll have to ask him. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Nelson Elliskew.
Well, good evening, Mr. Elliskew.
Oh, good evening, Fred.
It's certainly nice to see you again. Do you remember when we last broke English here at our microphone?
Oh, yes, Fred. I was on your program about 3 years ago.
Well, time has indeed been kind to you, Mr. Elliskew. You look a bit more mature, and I might add, exceptionally well.
Oh, thank you.
Do you note any change in me? How do you think I am holding up, Mr. Elliskew? Come, man. Let's face it. Does my head look like something you'd expect to see peeking out of an oxygen tank?
Well, your eyes do look a little baggy.
Well, it's nothing, really. My eyes are just putting on a little weight, that's all. But enough about little old bubble optic me. I'm anxious to hear about this new dog service of yours. Now, first, what is the name of your organization again?
The Canine Country Club.
The Canine Country Club. That's a swanky name, all right. And what was the original purpose of your enterprise?
At first, it started out merely as a dog walking business. But now we're equipped to offer a complete service for dogs.
What are some of the things you do for man's best friend?
Well, we exercise dogs, train them, and give them hospital care when necessary. We also bathe your dog or give it a shampoo and pedicure.
What you are really running is a combination Hound Union League Club and beauty parlor, isn't it? How many clients are you catering to at the moment?
We have about 50 or 60 regulars.
50 or 60. Well, does a dog have to show a certified pedigree to be eligible for your service, or can any old mutt get in?
No, our clientele is not restricted, Fred. We'll take care of any dog.
You don't solicit the two-legged variety of household pet, do you?
How do you mean?
Well, I thought occasionally a Park Avenue family might, hire you to take their playboy son out for an airing. Some of those cafe lizards ought to be walked around in the fresh air occasionally.
I'm afraid we don't go in for that.
Well, it might prove a lucrative sideline for you. I heard of one playboy who hadn't seen daylight for 10 years. And finally, one day last week, he had to get up early in the afternoon to see his draft board. Well, sir, he stepped out into the street and saw that big yellow thing blazing up in the sky and the light all around. He shook his head and said, "What won't those Democrats think of next?" But I digress, Mr. Elliskew. What is this new dog innovation of yours you have installed?
It's our latest and most popular service, Fred. We call it Doggy Dinners.
Doggy Dinners? You have opened a collie cafeteria? A spaniel snack bar?
No, we prepare meals to order for your dog and deliver them freshly cooked to your door.
Canine cuisine a la carte, eh? Well, say, that's some service. Do all of the animals get exactly the same meal every day?
No. Each animal gets a diet specially prescribed for him.
Oh, you mean Oscar of the Waldorf stops in and checks on the gastronomic idiosyncrasies of each pooch?
No. Our doctor prescribes the kind of food your dog should have.
I see.
We start feeding him according to the doctor's orders. Every 2 weeks we weigh him to make sure he isn't getting too heavy or losing weight.
Is the doggy dinner the same every day in the week?
No. It's a healthy meat and vegetable mixture that's varied regularly. One day we serve lamb, the next day beef, the next day fish, and so forth.
You never prepare a doggy dinner Chinese style, do you? You know, kennel ration chow mein or seat of trousers fuyong?
No, Fred. Our meals are always cooked the same way, except that on Thursdays, when the dogs get garlic in their food.
Oh, I'll bet many a curbstone romance is broken up on Thursday. Well, this has been a mighty enlightening interview, Mr. Elliskew, and your doggy dinners are without doubt the most unique caloric service in the country today.
Well, thank you, Fred. They seem to be very popular with dog owners here.
Have you ever thought of catering for other household pets? You know, putting up meals called fishy feeds, or pussy potluck, tiger tiffin for Frank Buck, or mousy mess for Disney?
No, Fred. We just concentrate on our dog customers.
Well, you might go a step farther and branch out in the dog game.
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, you ought to start a flea service. You could put up a little meal called Flea Feast.
Why, I'm afraid it would be rather difficult to build up a flea business, Fred.
Why, it's very simple, Mr. Elliskew. All you have to do is start from scratch.
Oh, good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rush over from the Roxy, all made up, where they are, that's a nice coat you have on there, Hugh. You like that coat? You know, yeah, you see, a coat will get a hand. You wouldn't give a coat a sleeve, but you would give a coat a hand. Well, these fancy coats, you know, you don't get moths in a coat like that. Butterflies or better is their worst. But now the Martins sing for us before rushing back to the Roxy out of breath. They sing "Skip to My Lou."
Skip, skip, skip to my loo, skip, skip, skip to my loo, skip, skip, skip to my loo. Put on your Sunday, go to meeting, I'll take you by the hand. If you will be my dancing partner, we will dance to beat the band. So join the promenade and leave the big parade. And if you don't get home at all, your pa will understand. So choose your partner, skip to my loo. Choose your partner, skip to my loo. Choose your partner, skip to my loo. Skip to my loo, my darling. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Skip to my loo, my darling.
I'll be glad to go with you, Chrissy, do not tarry. But if I do, it's up to you to let me dance with Harry. Johnny, Charlie.
Skip to my loo, my darling. Skip to my loo, skip to my loo. Walk my partner, skip to my loo. Walk my partner, skip to my loo. Walk my another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you and go to another party.
We'll fly away to a neighboring state. I don't care what my friends say. We'll dance and sing till broad daylight and won't get home till Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Skip, 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 toodaloo. Skip, 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 toodaloo. Skip to my loo.
Give my regards to the doorman at the Roxy, kid.
Ahoy there, me hearty. First mate Baker reporting, Captain Allen. Shall I reef the scuppers and furl the binnacle now, sir?
Why, Kenny, where did you pick up that nautical jargon? You sound as salty as a pretzel.
Oh, those are just some words I learned at the motorboat show.
Oh, were you down at the motorboat show, too?
Yeah. And boy, did I have fun climbing over those boats, weighing the anchor, boxing the compass, climbing into the cow's nest.
Well, not cow's nest, Kenny. Crow's nest. They don't have cows on boats.
This was a Jersey boat.
Well, the motorboat show... the motorboat show certainly made an old salt out of you in a hurry. But I guess that shows enough to make a sailor out of any landlubber. Do you agree, Jimmy?
Yes, Fred. Even landlubbers enjoy the sight of a beautiful boat. And there are literally hundreds of them, all of them new and the most advanced models, too, under one roof at the New York Motorboat Show at the Grand Central Palace this week. And here's more news from the waterfront. America's leading boat and engine builders recommend or approve Texaco Marine products. And Texaco users continue to win boat races of national importance year after year. Racing boats, remember, put gasoline and oil to a terrific test, a test second to none. Texaco products are outstanding for performance on the waterways as well as on the highways. And the big Texaco Red Star with a green T stands for courteous service and high-quality product, whether it looms up through the windshield of a car or over the bow of a boat. So next time, try a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was So Sweet, played by Fosdick Feinschreiber and his Feinschreiberolians. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, now look, Portland. You can't keep interrupting by just sneaking around here saying Mr. Allen. Now, if you're coming on the stage and radio, it has to sound important.
How do you mean?
Why, before you make an entrance, there should be a fanfare or a door knock or something. You know, this program isn't out in the street like Vox Pop. We pay rent here. We can use the doors and windows and everything. Now, what is it you want?
I want to come in.
Well, go out and come in properly. Knock on the door like everybody else does in radio.
But I have something important to tell you.
It will sound more important after a good brisk door knock. Now, you just go out and try.
All right.
I'll begin again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Where did you come from?
From behind that door.
What happened to Portland?
I'll let her in as soon as I'm finished.
Well, who are you, Tubby?
I am the sound man.
And what is it you want?
For 15 years, I've been knocking on that door and opening that door only to have somebody else come in. Do I ever come in? No. Knock, knock, knock. Open door. Somebody else comes in. Knock, knock, knock. Open door. Somebody else comes in.
So?
For 15 years, I've been on the outside looking in. For 15 years, I wanted to see what it looked like on the other side of my door. For 15 years, I've wanted to knock, 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 open the door and come in myself.
And?
Tonight, I couldn't stand it any longer. Tonight, I did it. I did it, and I'm glad to hear.
Everything that is going to happen happens to me. On this program, a wolf at the door would be an improvement. Now, let me see. Where's Portland? Well, it's about time. Enough already. Come in.
I did it again, and I'm glad.
That guy's crazy enough to be head of an advertising agency. Now, Portland, come out here and keep away from that door. Portland.
Here I am, Mr. Allen.
And I'm glad. Now, what was it that... What was it that was so important that we had to get Orson Welles to play a sound man?
I've got some facts for you.
Facts? What facts?
The most powerful lighthouse in the world is at Navesink, New Jersey.
Well, I'm not.
It has 9 million candle power.
Oh, look, if I was a seagull and had a book, I might be interested. But I am not.
The nose of the Statue of Liberty is 4 1/2 feet long.
Portland, who is responsible for bruiting this trivia about in your untutored presence?
Kenny.
Kenny?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how does Kenny suddenly blossom out as a dispenser of factual rubbish?
Well, Kenny's got a new job selling this year's World Almanac.
Still trying to pick up some extra change, eh?
Yes. They put him through a salesmanship course, and Kenny's cleaning up.
Ixnay, Orban, pay, any case.
Hi, kids.
Hello. Hey, hello, Kenny.
Too bad about those people in Passaic.
What happened to them?
They aren't there anymore.
Well, who isn't in Passaic and why?
Since 1930, the population of Passaic dropped 1,618.
Oh, they aren't there anymore.
Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Allen?
Well, what's wonderful?
Didn't you hear about Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland?
I'm not interested. You almost didn't either, according to...
Who is Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland, Kenny?
Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland just happens to be the recognized champion weightlifter in the heavyweight clean and jerk class. That's all.
Now, look, I have a weight on my mind that Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland couldn't lift.
Mr. Hunnenberger lifts 115 5/10 kilos, clean and jerk.
Good luck to Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland.
Now ask me what a kilo is.
What is a kilo?
Never mind, Portland. Now, look, Kenny, I know you're trying to make a sale. I'll buy one of your almanacs and we'll get on with the program.
Who's trying to sell an almanac?
Don't play possum. I know that you're selling almanacs, and I also know that you have had a course in salesmanship. Now, I'm just trying to save a little time. Come on, give me an almanac.
I'll take one too, Kenny.
Oh, now look, Porty. There are no two people closer to me than you and F.A., but I can't sell you the almanac right now.
Well, why not, Kenny?
Here's the money. Come on, give us the almanacs and the dealer's closed.
No, you don't. There's no shortcut, F.A. You can't buy an almanac until I get to step 4.
And when do you get to step 4?
After step 3.
That's logical.
Quiet, Portland. Better you shouldn't have said it at all. Now, what is all this, Kenny?
Well, my salesmanship coach said there are 5 steps to selling an almanac.
What 5 steps?
1, make the contact.
Yeah.
2, create interest in the product.
Yeah.
3, beat down the customer's sales resistance. 4, sell him the book. 5, take your fingers out of his buttonhole.
Look, Kenny, we haven't time.
Oh, so you're trying to make me lose a sale, huh?
I'm willing to buy an almanac. I'm just asking you to skip to step 4.
And be untrue to the Wide Awake Sales Corporation and its rituals?
All I want to do is buy an almanac without the steps.
Well, I'm sorry, but you can't buy it that way, and that's final.
Well, then I don't want it.
Now you're talking, brother. That brings me to at step 3. I got to beat down your sales resistance.
Oh, no.
Oh, let Kenny do his stuff, Mr. Allen. He sold one to Mr. Feinschreiber in 4 steps.
Fosdick Feinschreiber,
Uh-huh.
who is standing in tonight for I. Goodman, bought an almanac.
He sure did. He's standing over there reading it now.
Gee, said, here he comes.
The name of Fosdick Feinschreiber is being bandied about.
Brandied, he says. Mr. Feinschreiber, your English is so twisted, you could wear your tongue in a braid.
Do you like the almanac Kenny sold you, Mr. Feinschreiber?
What Feinschreiber is understanding, Feinschreiber is liking. So far, Feinschreiber is understanding nothing.
Well, what's so hard to understand in an almanac?
On this page, take a look. These figures maybe you can understand.
Why, this is perfectly simple, Mr. Feinschreiber. It's a chart. You see, it says here, April 18th, sunrise, 6:40.
Yeah, but what did he pay to place?
Mr. Feinschreiber, 6:40 is not a pari-mutuel price, and this book is not a racing form.
But Kenny said...
Kenny, did you misrepresent your merchandise?
No, Mr. Allen. Mr. Feinschreiber himself said it was a racing form.
I said it was a racing form.
You sure did.
Now, quiet, both of you. Now, just what happened, Kenny?
Well, I showed Mr. Feinschreiber this almanac, and I said, how would you like to buy this?
And what did you say, Mr. Feinschreiber?
I, Feinschreiber, in all sincerity, said, this is a racing form.
There, he said it again.
Now, Kenny, that is a matter of inflection. And before you inflect any more of your salesmanship on us, once and for all, will you sell me an almanac?
I tell you, I can't sell...
I've got an idea, Mr. Allen.
What?
Maybe Mr. Feinschreiber will sell you his almanac.
He can't sell it. He doesn't know the 4 steps.
Never mind that. Well, Mr. Feinschreiber, what do you say? Will you sell me your almanac?
Well, they're pretty scarce, buddy. They've been going like hotcakes.
Oh, brother, something tells me he doesn't need the 4 steps.
What steps? On 14th Street, I, Feinschreiber, sold off a stoop.
Mr. Feinschreiber, before you tear off my lapel, how much will you take for your almanac?
Well, I want to get home early. It's my last copy.
Hey, he's great.
Well, Mr. Feinschreiber,
I will turn my back. This will permit you to steal it for 75 cents.
But right on the cover of the almanac it says, price 60 cents, pay no more.
So who is selling the cover? Feinschreiber is selling the book.
Now listen, Mr. Feinschreiber. Your copy of the almanac has already, it's slightly used. Now, I don't intend to pay even 60 cents.
Why do you think I started at 75?
I'll give you 50.
I paid 60. My own brother couldn't get it from me for a penny under 60 cents.
Gee, Fosdick, your own brother?
My own brother, not for a penny under 60 cents. Oh, that is for me. Come in.
Hello, Fosdick.
Hello, Joe.
Say, Fosdick, for a penny less than 60 cents, can I get your almanac?
No.
Okay, so long, Fos.
So long, Joe.
And that?
That was my own brother.
This is the end. Before anything else happens, Master Baker, your next song is The Lost Chord. Will you sing it for 25 cents?
F.A., I wouldn't sing it for my own brother for a penny less than 30 cents.
Your own brother?
My own brother, not for a penny less than 30 cents.
Don't open that door. I'll pay.
One day at the organ, I was weary and ill at ease, and my fingers wandered idly over the noisy keys. I know not what I great a man. Like a crown of a great perplexed meaning into one perfect peace, and tremble away into silence as if it were loth to see. I have sought, but I seeked vainly that one lost chord divine, which came from the soul of the organ and entered into mine. It may be that death's bright angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in heaven I shall hear that grand amen. It may be that death's bright angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in a heaven I shall hear that grand
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start a new day.
A new day? You can't start a day at night.
Now, don't quibble, James. I meant I want to start a new kind of a day. A day like Mother's Day, Father's Day, and Eat a Prune Day, you know.
Now, what are you going to call this new day of yours, Fred?
Dud Day, Jimmy. A day dedicated to eradicating the duds from your life. Ladies and gentlemen, is your house cluttered up with World's Fair souvenirs, old Christmas cards, seashell collections, discarded snoods, nagging mothers-in-law, and other obsolete and useless impedimenta, the scientific term for duds? Throw out your duds on Dud Day. There's no place in your life for duds.
That's absolutely right, Fred. Just as there's no place in gasoline for duds these wintry days. For in starting your car, you must depend on only a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And that small quantity of gasoline must come through with all of its energy if you're to get time and battery-saving starts. If it's handicapped by duds, slow start, bucking and stalling, power waste are almost sure to result. But you don't get duds with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. They're taken out, all out, by an important step in Texaco refining. You're getting only the lively, useful, quick-action elements in Fire Chief. That's why it gives you fast starts, quick engine warm-up. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Noting the present popularity of medical novels and doctor photoplays, the Workshop Players bow to the trend. Tonight they present a prophylactic potpourri called The Specialist Quandary, or When a Bootlegger Calls on a Doctor, Which is Seeing Whom About a Case. Music, Fosdick.
In the annals of all medicine, No institution has risen to the homeopathic eminence enjoyed by the great Allen Clinic. For 20 years, medical men the world over have beaten the path Dr. Allen's malady marked. And never once has Dr. Allen failed to diagnose and cure any case that has baffled the greatest minds in medical science. In 1915, at the Far Rockaway surgery, the life of a little boy named Jessup was saved when Dr. Allen looked up from the operating table and said,
"The boy will live, intern."
Remarkable, Dr. Allen. 3 years ago, this boy swallowed a silver dollar.
Here is that silver dollar, intern. And here are 6 pennies I removed from his stomach as well.
But, Doctor, the boy only swallowed a dollar. What are those 6 cents?
The interest for 3 years at 2%.
In 1918, at a South Bend clinic, medical history was made during a Dr. Allen operation. Dr. Allen, proceeding with his uncanny care and skill, had said,
"Scalpel, nurse.
Scalpel.
Clamp.
Clamp.
Ligature."
Ligature.
At this point, the dynamo failed. Every light in the hospital went out. Dr. Allen shouted,
"Light! Light!"
The power's off, Doctor. What shall I do?
Strike a match, nurse. Stick it between the patient's toes.
There you are, Doctor.
Good. I will operate by the light from this hot foot.
In 1933, at the Alaskan Medical Convention, Dr. Allen explained his most amazing operation.
Members of the Alaskan Medical Board, I found this Eskimo boy, this tattered specimen, Ragu, dying on a snowdrift. Shouting for help, Ragu's tongue had been frozen stiff. In an emergency tonguedectomy, I removed Ragu's tongue and epiglottis. I replaced them with those of a St. Bernard dog who happened to be passing. Today, Ragu stands before you, not only alive and well, but with his St. Bernard throat functioning perfectly. Say hello, Ragu.
Hello.
And now, in 1941, we find Dr. Alexis Allen back in the great Allen Clinic. Little does Dr. Allen suspect that today he will be confronted with the greatest crisis of his medical career. Dr. Allen, reeking of iodoform, chuckles as he enters his sanitary sanctum.
An antiseptic good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Dr. Allen.
Have my clinic reports come down?
They're right here.
What's this? 405 wants a menthol inhaler and a chiropodist.
405's that automobile case.
Oh, yes, the plastic patient. He lost the tip of his nose. I grafted a piece of his big toe on the end of his nostril.
That's why he wants the chiropodist.
Why?
He's got a soft corn on the end of his nose.
Yeah. The last plastic job I did, I grafted a piece of nose onto a toe.
What happened?
Every time the patient's toe sneezed, he had to take off his shoe to say Gesundheit. Who is this?
A patient, probably. I'll see. The doctor will see you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. I'm very busy. Lie down. I'll examine you at once.
Tell me the worst, Doc.
Yes, you are. You have a sunken chest, knocked knees, flat feet, hollow cheeks, twitching hands. You are a horrible, hopeless physical specimen.
Thanks, Doc. You're a pal. So long.
Just a minute. You are happy and you're a physical wreck. Why?
I'm on my way to the draft board. So long, Doc.
Let me see. What is my next appointment?
Dr. O'Brien is coming.
Dr. Mountbatten O'Brien? The great allergy specialist?
Yes, Doctor. He's bringing an allergy case for consultation.
Good. If that's Lionel Barrymore again, tell him he can't play with my stethoscope today.
Oh, no, it's Dr. O'Brien and patient waiting.
Good. Show them in.
Yes, Doctor. Dr. Allen will see you, Dr. O'Brien.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. Excuse my rubber glove.
Dr. Allen, you've got to help me. My reputation in allergy circles is at stake.
What is the case?
The patient is my own brother. He has been seized with a violent allergy. It has taken the form of hiccuping.
Neck static, eh? An unusual allergy.
My brother is a concert violinist. He's playing at Carnegie Hall this afternoon. One hiccup will ruin his concert.
I will examine the patient, Doctor.
Oh, good. My brother's right outside. I'll call him in. Yasha. Come in, Brother Yasha.
Yes. Here I am, brother.
Oh. This is the great Dr. Allen, Yasha.
Excuse my other rubber glove, Yasha.
Help. Hello. You see, Dr. Allen, some mysterious allergy has induced this chronic condition.
Yes,
Oh.
You don't know what you're allergic to, Yasha?
No, every few minutes like that.
And this stomach percussion will jeopardize your violin concert today.
How can I play? I have my violin right here. Listen. Oh, dear. I'll be ruined.
Yes, it's terrible. Now, let me see. What allergy...
I've tested Brother Yasha for everything. Pollen, chicken feathers, dill, pickle seeds.
I have it, Doctor.
Huh?
He's allergic to hair.
Hair?
Oh.
Yes, your own hair. That big, shaggy mane. We'll have to cut it off. It's your only hope.
Cut my hair off? Oh.
At once. Take these clippers, Dr. O'Brien. Escort Yasha into my operating room next door and get to work.
Yes. Come, Brother Yasha. Heavens, my head will look like a pale eggplant. Oh.
Poor fellow.
Yes, an allergy is a curse, nurse.
Oh,
excuse me.
Heavens, have you caught that allergy?
No, it was just the calorie sounding taps over my breakfast, I guess. Who can this be? Come in.
Dr. Allen?
Yes?
You gotta help me, Doc. I overdone it.
You've overdone what?
I overdone saving box tops, Crummo box tops.
Well, what is Crummo?
It's that new breakfast food, Doc. The only breakfast food that contains hydrofepaldol.
Oh, yes, hydrofepaldol. The new concentrated vitamin derivative that gives strength.
Yeah, that's it. I'm all hopped up with that hydrofepal stuff. I'm too strong.
Ridiculous.
I'll show you. I don't know my own strength. Look, I'll just squeeze your desk.
Good heavens, man. My desk is in splinters.
It's that hydrofepaldol. I'm full of it. This morning I scratched me head. My ear came off. And then hey, excuse me, I got to sneeze.
Dad, you've blown out every window in the clinic.
You got to get this hydrofepaldol out of me system, Doc. I'll kill somebody. I'm afraid to tie me necktie. I'll strangle myself.
Well, there's only one way to weaken you in a hurry.
Yeah, what do I got to do?
Read Superman every day for 30 days. Superman will give you an inferiority complex.
Thanks, Doc. So long.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute. The door is over there.
I know, Doc. I'm taking a shortcut through the wall.
Dad, that's the most unusual case I have ever seen.
Well, Yasha's case is pretty unusual, if you're asking me.
Oh, yes, that reminds me.
It's no use, Dr. Allen. We've failed again.
You cut off Yasha's hair, Dr. O'Brien?
Yes, but it hasn't helped. Come in, Brother Yasha.
Yes, coming, brother. Oh.
Dad, his hiccups are getting worse.
You've got to do something, Dr. Allen.
Dr. Alexis Allen never fails. Yasha?
Yes.
Oh. I'll see about this allergy of yours. Are you allergic to nail polish?
No.
Are you allergic to breadcrumbs?
No.
Are you allergic to...
No.
Are you allergic?
No.
Allergic? I've got it.
What is all this?
The case is solved, Dr. O'Brien. Your brother Yasha has been living with you say?
Yes.
You are an allergy specialist. Yasha has been hearing you use the word allergic morning, noon, and night.
You mean...
Exactly. Yasha has become allergic to the word allergic.
By Zimbalist, he's right. I can't stand the word allergic.
I told you.
Amazing. And the cure, Dr. Allen?
That word must never be used in Yasha's presence. That will stop his hiccups. Yasha must never even use the word himself.
You hear that, Yasha?
Yes.
Your violin career is saved.
Good.
Do you understand, Yasha?
Absolutely. I've taken oath. I hereby resolve never to say the word...
Be careful, Yasha.
I bet you thought I was going to say allergic.
And now, just a word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. Americans have a special knack for giving things appropriate names, names which become a part of the language. And in that regard, it is interesting to note the name which the American public itself gave the country's gasoline and oil dealers, service stations. The name tells the story, a story known to every motorist who has ever stopped for air in the tires, water for the radiator, or for any of the many courtesies offered today in service stations.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. We're a little late. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.